Hello, we are starting immediately. No starting soon screen because it is been storming. It has been storming for uh most of the day and most of the fucking month. Um like June has basically been nothing but storms here. And it was very scary. There was a really loud clap of thunder that scared the shit out of me. So I'm like, I would rather just start stream right away and have some company because I'm afraid. I'm very afraid. It's oh my gosh. I mean that's the worst the thunder has been the whole month. It was a jump scare. But we're just gonna watch more Reddit stories today. I need comfort. I'm afraid. I'm scared and I'm afraid and I need comfort content. So we're just gonna go right over here and we're gonna continue with Smosh Reddit stories. That's all we're doing today. I didn't add any more to the playlist besides the new episode that came out today. Um, so I'm thinking if we wind up kind of breezing through the remainder of the episode that we're on, and the episode that was uploaded today, then maybe we can skim around together for another episode or two to watch. These streams wind up being long because I have ADHD and I ramble, and the whole appeal of doing these streams for me is the conversation flow that happens. So we'll see, but we started the episode that premiered last Saturday on yesterday's stream. So we're just gonna watch some Smash Reddit story today and have some comfort because I am so tired of rain. Hi Ruby, welcome in. Also welcome in Ziert. I'm so sick of rain. It's been I shit you not. There's probably been only like 2 or 3 days in total the entirety of June that has not had rain. Like I think I mentioned it in last stream during like the introductory just chatting, but I don't know if it's a universal experience for fibromyalgia or if it's just me because I have a lot of stress and trauma related to thunderstorms. But my fibromyalgia gets so bad during thunderstorms. So the fact that it has been storming for the entire month has not been a fun time. It's been a terrible time. I had the longest and worst flare up of my entire fucking life. So I hope that July is sunnier, even though the sun is just as bad for me. I can't really win when it comes to weather, but yeah, that's where we're at. So we're just chatting right away because I'm afraid and scared and I need the company. So give me one sec. I'm gonna put on my compression gloves, and then we can continue with the Smosh Reddit stories. I'm excited. The new episode that premiered today is gay stories, and usually when they do episodes on specifically gay stories, they're usually pretty wholesome. Um, and then sometimes there's like coming out advice that is involved, so that episode should be wholesome. But for now, we're on today. I fucked up as a thread, which sometimes it's funny and other times it makes you irate. So let's just get into it.
Our next story. Today I messed up by getting a tattoo of my mom in a bikini.
Okay. Okay.
What's up?
Oh, whoa, okay.
I don't know how that one starts okay.
My dad passed away a few months ago. I was really close to him and I miss him a lot. My dad had quite a few tattoos, but one of them I remember dearly. It was this pinup style tattoo of a lady in a Hawaiian skirt and coconut bra on his calf. I always liked that tattoo, even though it was pretty badly done. Most of the color vanished over the years, and I remember our dad letting us color in the tattoo with markers when he wanted to take a nap and keep us busy. My mom always disapproved, and I never understood why, until now.
No. No, no, no. I can already tell where this is going. Oh my god. No. Oh my god. Oh my god.
One day, about 2 weeks after he passed away, I was walking around the city and came by a tattoo shop. One thing led to another, and I walked out of that shop with the same tattoo my dad had, the lady with the coconut bra. The artist did a great job at recreating the tattoo, and I was very happy, until I got home and wanted to show my mom. My aunt was there, my dad's sister, and started laughing like crazy. My mom looked quite shocked. Not the reaction I was...
I can't believe this is a Brit story we're coming back to. I feel like I just walked into a room that was very clearly having a conversation that I was not meant to be a part of, and I'm very self-conscious and self-aware of that. But like, imagine your husband gets a tattoo of you in a provocative manner and you're already discomforted by that. Because, I mean, it seems like he didn't get her permission, which is like kind of shitty. Like, I don't necessarily think that if you get a tattoo of like a reminder of someone, they need to be asked permission, because for the most part, people will either just get their name, especially to commemorate someone who's passed away, or they'll get some kind of reference to their relationship. I don't think that's something you need to ask permission for, because that's kind of more personal. But when you're getting a tattoo of someone else, you should probably ask permission. And if they say no, then don't do it, because that's an uncomfortable thought to have, especially a tattoo of you in a provocative manner, and clearly somewhere that's visible too, which is even, I don't know, it feels kind of objectifying almost in a way. But like, I just can't imagine your husband gets a tattoo of you in a provocative manner that you always felt uncomfortable by. He passes away, so you're mourning him, and then your kid, none the wiser, gets the same tattoo. I can't. Oh my god. That is just simply very unfortunate. I can't. Oh my god. We're already very uncomfortable.
Expecting it all. I didn't understand what was happening until my aunt told me, well, now you've got your mom on you forever in a skimpy outfit. Great choice. Well, long story short, my dad got this tattoo about a year after they started dating.
Oh my god.
She wore this outfit to a party, took a photo, and he got it tattooed a few weeks later. Great. Great. I was a bit confused because my mom has always had blonde hair. The tattoo lady's got black hair, but apparently she had a short phase of dyeing her hair black for a few months. My mom always hated that tattoo. They almost broke up because of it back then. She made him swear.
All of this could have been avoided. Like, not to speak ill of the dead, but all of this could have been avoided if he just asked her if it was okay. Oh my god. We talk about ripple effects often in these streams. This is the worst ripple effect I've ever seen in my life. I can't. Oh my god. Wowza.
That he would never tell anyone the story behind that tattoo. Hence why I don't know anything about it, and I never asked. I thought this was just a random tattoo he got on one of his many vacations. Well, now I have a tattoo of my mom in a coconut bra. Great. My mom told me she doesn't mind and that it's kind of funny now, but I'm really thinking of getting it removed. At least it's on my rib cage so I can hide it for the time being. I really don't want to show the world my mom in a bikini.
This is a single-digit IQ move.
I mean, I guess to be fair, if you don't know the context, having tattoos of like classic pinup illustrations, it's not really that out of the ordinary. I feel like there's a lot of people who actually have tattoos like that, or they have like some kind of display of those illustrations from like the 50s and 60s because they were really pretty. Like, they are really pretty. But like, I don't know, I feel like if you were gonna get a tattoo that resembles something that your deceased father had, I wouldn't just get it without asking anyone like what the backstory of the tattoo was. Because I mean, his mom, if she found, like, if he told her, she would have probably been like, I think you may want to rethink that because that tattoo is actually of me and I fucking despised it and we almost broke up over it. So I wouldn't do that if I were you. I'd get his name or something. Not... Jesus. So which number between 1 and 9? I'd give it a 2. I think the intention was there. It just was very unfortunate consequences and implications. Like, he wanted to commemorate his dad. He wanted to commemorate fond memories he had with his dad. It's just, maybe don't go that route if you haven't discussed it with someone to figure out what the actual meaning behind the tattoo is, so you can avoid this kind of situation.
Like, sorry.
I love that it's like, she changed, she had different hair color.
Different hair.
We're a completely different person.
There are two kinds of tattoo getters in this world, and I understand both. There are the ones that, like, research for years, and they're like, yeah, I have a little, like, it's a little bumblebee, because my grandmother always loved bumblebees, and it reminds me of her, and it's that. And then there's, like, yeah, they had, like, a flash sale, so I got, like, Hey Arnold pissing on a wall for 25 bucks, and it's all over the place. And both are fine, but you have to know what you're doing.
Yeah.
And if that one has, like, meaning to you,
Yeah.
and also you know your mom hated it, like, why wouldn't you be like, hey, Mom, I would love to honor Dad in this way? I think.
Yeah, that's another thing, is like, his mom was open about being uncomfortable by it. And it's like, I guess you could assume that it's like, oh, well, he has a tattoo of some other random woman. But it's like, if you're gonna get the tattoo yourself, like, I don't think all tattoos have to be meaningful or anything, but when it is something like this, get the context. Please get the context. If you're getting a tattoo that is based off of a tattoo that someone else had, and they are no longer available to talk to about it, then go to someone who is close to them and would most likely know the meaning of the tattoo and discuss it with them before you make this kind of mistake, because it's like, oh, well, you could just get tattoos removed, right? Yes, but it's extremely painful and very expensive. So it's much better to just avoid a fuck up like this in the first place. Like, oh my God.
It'd be a fun little thing. Are you comfortable seeing this reminder of your husband who passed?
Sure.
And not just be like, oops, like you up every part
Yeah.
of this.
Yeah.
I guess I see, like, it's been 2 weeks. When he got the tattoo, it had been 2 weeks after his dad passed away, and he didn't know anything behind, like, this tattoo. I'm assuming the tattoo wasn't that detailed,
It
So
must not.
It
have
must
been.
just
No.
kind of look like general,
like a sailor tattoo.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm kind of assuming is it's just kind of a cartoony.
Depends
looking,
on where
like,
you are, but
But
for
if
the
you
most
got it
part,
close
yeah.
style, like, the
like Sailor
American,
Jerry or
like like a Sailor Jerry, but it's like called like American.
But either way, like the idea
Yeah.
that he got it close enough that when he walked in, he was like, "Look at my tattoo," and everyone's like, "Oh!" Like
Yeah.
they knew that was
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I mean, but the sister, the dad's sister, and the mom clearly knew the story behind it.
Yeah.
But like his sibling didn't know about it.
But I mean, like,
it never came up.
Well, he says that the
word,
mom,
though.
the mom made the dad swear never to tell anyone the backstory behind it.
Oh.
but I'm also saying, like, if you were to be like,
I mean, to be fair, too, would you really want to tell your own kids that story? Like, I think that would be an uncomfortable conversation to have with your kids. So I don't necessarily fault anyone for not informing the kid, but I do fault him for not asking before he fucking got it. Like, my brain already hurts and we're on the first story of the stream. I can't.
"Hey, I got this tattoo and it's similar," and you come home, people will be like, "Oh, that's the one just like your dad had." It was close enough that everybody was immediately like, "We know what that is. That's your mom." Like,
Sure.
that sucks. Like,
I mean, it definitely sucks. I think clearly everyone around him is fine, but it's uncomfortable for him to know he has a tattoo of his mom in a bikini.
Yeah,
That's
for real.
rough.
it's super
Like, that
rough.
sucks.
Don't get it on a whim.
So
Don't get it on a
I
whim.
don't know.
Perfect
That's probably one
summary.
that's going to be hard to like fix. So you might have to get that removed. That sounds
That's gonna
painful as
hurt.
hell though.
Rib cage tattoo? That's
Yeah,
a tough
that's
one.
brutal.
Oh.
Okay.
Just hear me out. The bikini part, probably fine.
I mean, I don't have any tattoos myself, but like I want a few someday. So I've watched like videos and stuff of people who have tattoos. I've had friends in the past who had tattoos, and I'm pretty sure it's like universally known that the most painful places to get tattooed are your ribs and your wrists. So the fact, I mean, it's in a way it's good that he got it on his wrist because it's invisible on an average day. But at the same time, now that you gotta get it removed, it's just as if not more painful to get it removed because it's on your ribs, and your ribs are very sensitive places. This is not the kind of doozy I expected to immediately deal with in this stream, but this is a doozy.
the head, if it's already like all black with the hair, turn it into, do you like the
I remember watching the Red versus Blue PSA about tattoos, and I'm thankful for that. I still don't know what I would want. Yeah.
movie Predator?
Ooh.
Predator in a bikini, and that's kind of just like,
Hey,
okay.
there you go. There you
Okay.
go.
The tattoos that I want are things that I have thought about for like actual, I wouldn't say a full decade, but probably really close. One of them I have thought about for a full decade, but for the most part, the tattoos that I eventually want to get are things that I've wanted to for a very, very long time. So I probably would be in the camp of like, I have very few tattoos, but all of them mean a lot of things to me that are very personal. I can't imagine being in this position. This is a position and a half, really.
Or Peter Griffin?
Yeah.
Oh,
I-
funny.
I think that might be trickier with a big, like, sort of
Well,
swath
they
of
might
black
have
hair,
to
but yeah.
erase, like laser remove the head,
Yeah.
and then get a different head there.
Yeah.
Peter Griffin's head.
There you go. 100%.
Pretty cool.
Now, those are some free ideas for you.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
Some comments. I'd say keep it. It's a reminder of your dad first and foremost. If anything, it showed his love for your mom. You could think of it as a
I just. No, no, I would not. I would not consider that, considering that she was uncomfortable by it the whole time. I think that's a bit of a stretch, but maybe that's just me. Most of the tattoos I want, I've thought about for several years. I can't remember how many, but it's been a while. Yeah, exactly. But the mom hated it. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's a symbol of your parents' love. because your dad did something that made your mom vastly uncomfortable. Like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Symbol of your parents' love, if you wish. No one has to know it's your mom. If anyone asks, just say that it's a recreation of a tattoo your late dad had in his honor. You loved it before, enough to put it on your body permanently. Don't let this new info ruin its memory for you. 8.8 thousand upvotes.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I definitely
don't.
think my only reasoning for him getting removed is because he's uncomfortable with it.
Sure.
I'm like, hey man, if you're uncomfortable, remove it. Because I could see how some people could feel uncomfortable about it. But you're allowed to tattoo whatever you want on your body.
Can I pitch a second fix?
Yeah.
Okay, it's the tattoo. Obviously, it is what it is. Where was it on the dad? Was it on like the bicep?
leg.
On his leg?
Yeah.
Get a tattoo around it of like a man's leg. So now it's not even a tattoo of your mom. It's a tattoo of
Dude,
your
a
dad's
tattoo
leg.
That's
of
a
a
tattoo of my dad's
tattoo?
leg.
And
We're
also,
going exhibit mode on this?
what you confuse predators like zebras. Like they'd be like, how many legs does this guy have? I'm not gonna bite him.
Yeah?
Like, yeah.
It's true. It's very smart.
All right.
Someone said your dad is laughing his ass off in heaven. OP said he definitely is. He'd find it absolutely hilarious. Lastly, someone said, my dad had a scorpion tattoo on his arm. I decided to get one to match his and took a picture to my artist. Yeah, we can definitely do this, but did you want the scorpion to have an extra set of legs? So mine has the appropriate number of legs.
Oh,
I brought it up to
no.
my dad later and he joked that it was a special Lebanese scorpion. He got the tattoo to commemorate his time in the military and spent a fair amount of time there. I did find out later that the guy who did it used to do a lot of coke at the time, so I just assumed he got hyper-focused on the legs and was going legs, 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 more legs.
Oh
He's like,
my
no,
God.
scorpions are arachnids. People don't talk about it enough.
Yeah, you know, people,
they really
scorpions is spiders.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely
Well,
have the same
That's
energy.
a pretty big mess up. Tor, we've got
I don't know. I mean,
a YouTube Tortool.
like, I could see where the sentiment is coming from. But as a person who very unfortunately has ridiculously high empathy, and I hate every single aspect of that, and I hate that people use it as a flex because it's not a flex, it sucks. I would be too aware that, like, even though she told him to not tell anyone the backstory, she still was forthcoming about how uncomfortable it made her. So uncomfortable that she did tell him, like, I'm not comfortable with you sharing that this is meant to be me. So, like, trying to twist it into, like, oh, this is about your dad's love for your mom is also just weird because she literally told him that they almost broke up over it. Like, it was not a good chapter in their relationship. It was commemorative of a very bad time in their relationship and a nice memory for their kids, but not for her. So I don't know. I think he should just get it removed personally, but I mean, maybe that's just me.
Leos, we've got Tits McGee, and now we've got Tattoo
Bikini Mom.
Bikini Tattoo Mom.
Yeah.
Bikini tattoo. That
How
is rough.
How can we go from here?
We got to see if someone messes up more than this.
I hope not.
Okay, guys. Let's go.
Okay, our next story. Today I messed up. Random flea market item turns out to be radioactive.
Yes.
Have you guys seen those memes from, like, whatever that, like, auctioning show is on TV? I don't know what it's called because I've never watched it, but they had, like, a display that was just full of beautiful, sparkly green radioactive materials. I think about that all the time. I'm sure you could probably replicate, like, the radioactive glow with, like, resin these days. But, like, I think about that stuff all the time. It would not be worth the poisoning, but I think about it all the time. I can't blame them for doing so many things with it. It really was so pretty. It's so magical. But this taking an item that you didn't know was radioactive to a fucking flea market is that's a bigger fuck up than the tattoo, because this has, talk about rippling consequences. I've never seen that. I think it's if I ever wind up seeing it again, I'll send it to you here. But yeah, it's like there's posts that go around sometimes where there's displays that people have, and they're very much contained. I'm sure they probably use like protective materials, but like there is kind of stuff from like the 1900s and 1800s that were made with radioactive material before people really understood how toxic it is and how harmful it is. Hold on. Before people knew how toxic and harmful it is. And they're just super. Let me actually. Let's see if we can find something. Radioactive glasses. Radioactive glassware. Yeah. See, they're pretty. They're like transparent but green. And they look so magical. They look in the most neurodivergent way I can say, they look so edible. Even though they're not. By any means. But they look so edible. I love radioactive glassware. I'd love to own it if it wasn't toxic. It just looks so specific, you know? Like, it's so pretty. It almost looks like a combination of plastic and glass in a way that's so unique. I think this is the picture I've seen around. Yeah. Like displays like this where they're contained in glass. I'm sure it's probably some kind of protective glass to make sure that the radioactive elements can't get through, but it's so pretty. It's so edible. Like candy, you know? It just is so pretty. I just want to eat it and display it, you know? But alas, it's toxic. But yeah, that's I've seen posts about it before, and it's so specifically pretty and edible and delicious looking and tempting because you know it's dangerous, but the beauty is pain after all, you know? Anyway.
This is why you have me on today.
Yeah. Is it a radon watch?
We always have a radioactive.
It's either a radon watch or it's not just uranium glass, it's milk uranium glass. It's going to be chipped too, and that's when it's sorry.
Here we go.
Okay.
Oh, he's so
I bought
excited.
this random
That's so
item
sweet.
in a flea market in Berlin because it looked cool and it was cheap. It's been in my wardrobe ever since until I took it out yesterday to take photos of it because I found out about the what is this thing page. Lots of people came back with different answers, but a few people said it looked like it was radioactive and that I should go to my local fire station to check it. This morning I phoned the non-emergency fire brigade number and explained the situation. 2 minutes later, 3 fire engines arrived to test the object, which was in fact radio.
Holy shit, shout out to that fire team. I have never heard of emergency services getting somewhere that fast. And this wasn't even necessarily an emergency. Holy shit.
Radioactive. They then called for backup and 3 ambulances, 3 police cars, and a counterterrorism CBRN.
Holy shit. Oh my god, it was lethally radioactive. Holy fuck.
Bomb disposal unit arrived. They evacuate all the flats in the building, and after 4 hours, they finally removed the object. It turned out to be thorium. I'm not sure about the isotope number or radiation levels. Here's a photo of this thing. Like, my dude had straight up.
What the heck?
He had
What is
something.
that?
He had something the Avengers are scared of.
It looks like a thermos almost. What? How could they immediately tell it was radioactive? What the fuck?
What is that?
Do you know about the demon core?
Yeah,
No.
I was thinking about that
I was
too.
thinking it's look it up later. It's similar to what Emily was talking about, but it's like there are moments where it's just like, okay, as long as this one thing doesn't touch anything else, we're safe. But if it drops, oops, it dropped. Everyone in this room has got about 24 hours, and that's the level of radiation you just got. And it's happened like 3 times.
Whoa.
So yeah, it's
Oh, I was thinking of the thing that's like underneath Chernobyl. That's like.
Oh,
The elephant foot.
No,
yeah.
demon core.
Like, I
look it
brought
up.
back the elephant foot from this cool place in Ukraine.
It tastes like fire.
Thorium is a radioactive substance that, if ingested or inhaled via dust, it can increase the risk of developing lung or bone cancer, which, yep, makes sense why the various departments were called.
I can't believe. I can't. How. I can't believe it even got into this person's hands. How many people has this thermos affected before the right person finally got it to make sure that it was properly disposed of by the right people? What the? That's kind of scary. You never know if you're getting radioactive material from a flea market or a thrift store. Well, thank you for new paranoia unlocked. Thank you, Smosh Red Stories.
Wow.
But why is it in what that thing is?
This thing is mysterious in nature.
And they found it in a flea market in Berlin?
It's mysterious and important.
To me, I could be completely off here, but my first reaction to like the shape and everything, it looks either like a thermos or like an incense holder or something like that, or like a candle holder. It's weird that it's metal, but that's what I first think of, which is, I kind of hope that is what it is, because that's very tragically but also kind of funny. A radioactively lethal thermos or like candle holder. Yeah, that's actually kind of scary. Yikes. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to be scared of in the world nowadays when you're like trying to just vibe and receive things.
They found it at a flea market in Berlin.
Okay.
So,
Dude, I gotta go to Berlin.
I don't think
flea
you
markets.
do. I don't think you do. We have to
Do you
talk
know,
about why you thought that.
What I want to do is I do want to go to Berlin, but just to go to that place where there's that the ravers that were under the bridge.
Oh, the like classic,
Yeah.
like cyber.
That's in Berlin. I really want to go
huge
there.
historical moment.
Yeah.
It scares me that this tiny little thing that this guy had caused this level of response.
Yeah.
I'm like, how many radioactive things like that are just around?
Yeah, that's what I'm paranoid about now. What, do I own anything that's radioactive? Do I need to be afraid for my fucking life?
Some dude an apartment over is like ruining your life without you even realizing
I'm like,
it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Holy crap. Terrifying.
That sucks.
Comments, you didn't mess up. You provided valuable low-stakes training for multiple emergency services. Good firefighting crews train/plan for so many scenarios, radioactive threats being one. This just happened to be the perfect thing to test with more real-world variables than any training/planning could account for. You're out some money, but now have an awesome life story. Yeah, you're out 50 ambulances that were called.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Someone said,
And you might have bone cancer now.
He's like, you have an awesome life story. A short life story.
in debt
Yeah.
life.
Yeah. So fast, so done. Sorry.
Someone said, this is probably unnecessary, but have they checked to see if you're radioactive from exposure? Like if you have the radioactive material on you? He said, yes, they did. They got me to take my shoes off and scanned my feet and my hands. Someone said, and are you radioactive in your feet and hands? OP said, higher than usual, but nothing dangerous.
Yeah, you're really
'Cause he
omitting
only
some
touched-
information. Like, yeah, they checked. What did they find? They did some tests. Like, are you good?
He's like, well, they didn't scan my mouth, so.
Right.
I mean, I think it's also just the kind of radioactive material that they said it was. It can fuck you up even just from dust molecules. So, even if I came back with no radioactivity inside me, I'd still be paranoid as fuck.
Hey man, did you get bit by a zombie? Yeah, I was just out walking.
Oh, so X-Men are cool, right? We can all agree the X-Men are cool?
Yeah, they're all
Great, so
sick.
now that we've established that as a base, got some news.
Okay, lastly, someone said, I'm a trained radiation protection supervisor.
Crow scientist here.
Yeah, I'm a professional crow scientist. I'm like, of course there's a Redditor who's a radiation protection supervisor. So I'm a trained radiation protection supervisor, so have some useful information on this, although others will have far more knowledge than me. Why would more people have more knowledge? It sounds like you should have the most knowledge.
No, the supervisor to the radiation trained specialist.
True.
Yeah,
True.
my supervisor. It's almost certainly, almost entirely TH232. This has This has a half-life that is longer than the age of the universe, so its activity will be extremely low. It will off-gas radon-220, which is an alpha emitter that you don't really want to breathe, but it will produce this at an extremely low rate. Welding rods and the mantles for gas lanterns are both typically thoriated and pose no significant risk. Unless you've been licking it or inhaling powdered thorium from it, I think any dose is likely to be marginal compared to background exposure. If you've kept it in a cupboard in its shielding for most of the time, I'm pretty certain you have nothing to worry about. It's like, as long as you're not licking it, yeah, it's gross.
What's up?
Well, yeah, it tastes really bad. So
Yeah, hurt.
Wow, hilarious.
That's awesome.
I'm glad that it's not, like, we joke, but I'm glad that he's not dying
I'm
from
glad
this.
he's doing all right. Yeah, I'm glad.
I think flea markets are pretty cool. I go pretty often to find cool little things, and I'd
Totally.
like to also not die.
Well,
You should bring
some,
a Geiger counter next time.
Yeah,
you have
fun.
slightly radioactive stuff, right?
I have some uranium glass, which is cool, but I keep it behind like glass, so it's not the particles it emits, like they literally go like, and they just sort of they don't go very far. The problem is if it's chipped or scratched in any way, that's when it's dangerous.
Yeah.
So people have gotten me gifts before where they're like, I got you this. I'm like, thank you, and I have to immediately like toss it because it is dangerous.
Wait, people get you uranium glass as gifts?
I had like a family friend who's like much older be like, I heard you liked this. I had some of this in my house. And I'm like, that's so nice. Thank you. And I was grateful, but it was not in a state to be safe. And then I had one person send a gift to the P.O. box one time that was just, it was like a little milk glass clown. It was like a really cool thing. And there wasn't an issue. It's just the kind of thing, if it was chipped or scratched, it would have been, but it was well wrapped, and I was like, this is really cool, so I kept it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
You like stuff if it's radioactive or haunted.
I do, yeah.
Preferably both.
Well, what is radiation if not the haunting of the universe?
I like that.
Oh,
That's Michio Kaku. No, I'm just kidding, I made it up.
particle haunting. All right, our next.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna pause for a sec so I can let Minnie outside. I'll be back. got back just in time. Okay. We continue.
I like that.
Oh,
That's Michio Kaku. No, I'm just kidding. I made it up.
particle haunting. All right. Our next story.
Oh, yay.
Today I messed up by never flushing toilet paper.
Okay.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
We got somebody that did not grow up in the U.S. Is a thing.
Okay.
Really?
If I read this title yesterday morning, I would have been like, okay, why is that a up? But after last night, I have realized this is what normal people do. For backstory, I would never flush my used toilet paper for 2 reasons. The first reason being that when I was a little kid, a plumber had to come and mess around with the tank in the back and said that a bunch of baby wipes were flushed and not to do that. My mom specifically told me, do not flush anything that's not shit down the toilet. So that's what I did from that point forward. The second reason was because there was always a trash can next to the toilet, so naturally my brain went, this is where the toilet paper goes instead of the toilet, and I would always put it in there. So that's the premise. Slightly more backstory, I've been seeing my girlfriend for a few years, and in her parents' house, she also has the same toilet trash setup. The key differences being that there's never a bag in it, and there was never anything inside of it. So I would flush the toilet paper down the toilet because I didn't want to get shit on the bin, but I would feel really guilty because I thought it would up their pipes, so I would actively avoid using the bathroom at her parents' house. Fast forward a year, and we moved in together in an apartment, and I made it a point to grab a trash can with a lid for the bathroom so that it doesn't smell in there, and a bunch of trash bags. My girlfriend was confused, but didn't really question me. So this is where the up happens. This is where the up happens.
Oh,
Okay.
get ready.
Okay.
Here it is.
Okay. Yeah.
Last
here comes.
night I was visiting my mom with my girlfriend and her family. So in total, there's about 10 of us.
Oh,
Earlier that day,
God.
I had gone to Dave's Hot Chicken and got the Reaper sandwich,
Oh,
which was now
God.
running through me with a vengeance. I went to the bathroom, did my deed, then decided to be thoughtful and not stink up the bathroom by taking out the trash with the now used toilet paper. I walked through the living room with the bag to throw it in the trash outside when my mom asked me why I was throwing the bathroom trash out. It wasn't full. I said, so that it wouldn't stink up the bathroom, because I'm thoughtful like that. My mom looked so confused and asked me why the trash would smell. Keep in mind, this is in front of everyone. I'm close with my girlfriend's family at this point, so I jokingly said, what, am I not supposed to wipe? I cannot understate how quiet that room got. I have tinnitus, and I swear, even that went away for a few seconds. I just thought the joke didn't land, so I went outside, threw the trash out, and then came back inside to everyone still just as confused as I was. My girlfriend's brother, who is my age, asked me if I was serious. I said I was, and me being the dumbass I am, decided this was a good time to bring up how weird it was that at their house they didn't have a bag in the trash, and that I felt guilty every time I flushed toilet paper down the toilet. Everyone started crying. Apparently, it is actually very normal to flush toilet paper down the toilet, and I was the weird one here. A 24-year-old, fully formed adult was not aware of the fact toilet paper can go down the drain and not cause issues. I tried to justify myself, to which there was no justification I could give, and spent the rest of the night embarrassed. And now my girlfriend's entire family and my entire family knows that for at least 18 years, I was not flushing my used toilet paper. Edit, to people asking how the my mom didn't notice shit-covered toilet paper in the trash for years. Fair point.
Yeah.
We had 2
Yeah.
bathrooms in the house.
Also, just because it's a trash can with a closed lid does not mean that it wouldn't fucking reek. I can't imagine being in this position,
One
dude.
for the kids and one for my parents in their room. My mom taught us to clean our own bathroom at like 8 or 9. So she would never really have a reason to go into our bathroom and vice versa. She moved to a smaller house where she is currently living and where I lived up until recently that had only 1 bathroom for everyone, 3 people including myself. How did neither of them not notice? No idea. I wouldn't just toss it in the trash though. I would turn it shit side down so it's only the white side as a way to be polite.
Sure.
If it got if it got on the bag, I would just toss another piece of toilet paper to cover it up. So unless you went rooting around in the bathroom trash, which literally no one does, you wouldn't see it.
Yeah.
I have started to notice that this is actually kind of more common than I thought, of people having very odd bathroom habits, like pooping habits, and not ever knowing because it's a solitary act.
Yeah.
So there's no one there to correct you. There's that famous clip from a radio show where a guy's talking about, he's like, you don't catch the poop when you
In
poop?
the toilet paper. That's what I thought this
he's
was
like,
gonna be
oh,
about.
you catch it. Like, you're supposed to catch it. And she's like, you've been catching your poop this whole time? And he is literally blown away that this is not what everyone does. But I'm like, to be fair, we don't talk about this.
No, yeah.
When was anyone gonna realize? So I'm like, I get it. I'm a little mad at the mom for like making fun of him. Like, she told you don't flush anything.
Right.
Dude, it's gotta be
besides
so
shit.
scary
You say
to
that
have
to
kids.
You can.
I mean, that is weird to just the immediate response be don't flush anything at all. Like, just easy solution that is a modern convenience. Get flushable wipes. There are flushable wipes these days that specifically were made because so many people fucked up their toilets by clogging it with unflushable wipes. And now we have wonderful flushable wipes that you could just use and then flush and no harm done because it disintegrates just like toilet paper does in the water. That was not the right sound effect to use for something like this. Oh god, that's just very unfortunate.
So easy forever. That's one statement.
Guys, I got a great idea.
That's how my uncle is at four.
You know, I think I'm gonna.
Zir, that's the worst thing you've ever said about that guy. Zir, no. No. I'm so sorry, babe. I'm so sorry.
Leave this and become a kindergarten teacher.
No.
And just start telling him the craziest shit.
I don't think they'll let you at this point.
Okay, because I thought the story was going to go somewhere slightly different because I knew of somebody that grew up in a different country where the plumbing wasn't good, so you would have to throw your toilet paper in the trash. But then when they immigrated with their family to the US, they didn't, or at least this person didn't know that you could flush. So they were doing the same exact thing at like friends' houses and stuff, not knowing that you can do that here.
Yeah.
I feel so much anxiety whenever there's like a bathroom story where like we've had so many Reddit stories where it's like, and then the toilet flooded and then I fell into the tub and like all these things. And it sounds like when he's describing like, well, if the poop gets there, I cover it up. This is like every bathroom experience for this person was like an event, a mission of like, I have to fix this. I get like hearing something as a kid and not being corrected. What I'm curious about is like municipal bathrooms, like school bathrooms. Obviously, you're flushing.
Well, I don't know how school bathrooms are these days, but I know that in a lot of public bathrooms they usually do. Maybe it's only in women's bathrooms if I'm thinking about it, but at least in women's bathrooms because of like sanitary products. They usually do have a disposal method in like it almost kind of looks like a wall mailbox, and it's just a little trash can that you can dispose of your monthly sanitary products. So I mean, maybe men's bathrooms don't have those. There's obviously still trash cans in bathrooms, but like that is a good point. I suppose that would be quite stressful if everyone using a public bathroom had to use the trash can instead of the toilet for disposal purposes. That's not a nice thought.
Everywhere else in the world, or like if you're even at a coffee shop, like there might be a trash can.
That's why you bring the poop bag.
You got to bring your own poop bag, and that's very polite.
And a poop
polite
knife.
like that, and a knife in the bag, and it looks like a crime. And but no, there's like a trash can across the way. Like there's enough situations that like I feel like even with natural curiosity, you just say to your friend, like, man, don't you wish we could have the kind of toilets at home that they do at the coffee shop? Like, it's just shocking. It never came up.
Public bathrooms had to have been tough because there's no trash cans in public
Well,
bathrooms.
so he must have flushed
doing,
then. Like,
nah, he was just doing Kobe.
I just hope he got lucky.
There's no trash cans in yes, there is. It's just usually for the paper towels to wipe your hands. I guess if it's not a female bathroom, there's no trash can in there, but there are trash cans in public bathrooms, just not in the stalls all the time.
some guy just.
Now I'm confused.
The day got worse. I gotta go.
Y'all don't have trash cans in your stalls?
No, men's bathroom.
Well, some do because they're like gender inclusive. So like some even like
Okay, they're
men's
answering my
restaurant rooms,
question.
they will have like a little like something to the side in case somebody needs to throw
Most,
away
not
a
very
product, but
often.
not
Most
often.
public
That's what we got.
Most public bathrooms I know of, the toilets, like at an airport or something, they do not have trash cans.
Right.
Airport I just went to did.
Next to the toilet?
Yeah, they got a few.
Dang.
Bro, you go to woke airport? That's crazy.
Oh man.
Do you guys get Xboxes in your stalls?
I feel bad. I feel really bad when I hear about these types of bathrooms.
I don't know about them, but all the public bathrooms I've ever been in have had trash cans. Yeah, that's why I'm confused. But again, like I'm femme presenting, an AFAB, so like I've only been in women's bathrooms, so I guess I never considered that mask bathrooms wouldn't have trash cans in them because automatically the unfortunate thought in society is that they wouldn't need them, you know? That sucks.
Things where people have a misconception that they just live with. So I'm like, oh yeah, like you're saying, the bathroom was just like a lot of work.
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
this is an
I cannot, as a person who has lactose intolerance and both forms of IBS, I cannot imagine the ordeal of public or bodily functions being even worse than they already fucking are, because you're unintentionally but ignorantly giving yourself more work when you go to the bathroom. That is my nightmare. It's already the worst part of my day every time I have to go sit on a fucking toilet. I can't imagine having more steps to deal with. I wouldn't last. I wouldn't last a life like that. I'd become a villain. I could not.
extra step you were doing that you didn't need to do.
Yeah.
That sucks.
Yeah.
And I'm so sad. I'm glad he learned now.
How old is this person?
24.
Okay, that's not that bad.
Not
Yeah, it
horrible.
is. What do you mean? Like,
I mean, you know, that's.
well, I guess
but
it's not
like-
about as 25, but like 24 sucks.
Yeah.
Now a
yeah.
big lifestyle change. Look,
He's gonna be so. This person's so free now. They're just like,
look,
and I just
scoffed
drop
at
it
for-
into the toilet.
I know. So much less work. I scoffed at it for a long time. And then I got a bidet, and I was like, this is
Oh,
great.
yeah.
Dude,
Oh,
I got.
It's wild, man.
Are we all bidet bros here?
Yes, I have a bidet with a heated seat, and it's lovely.
I've got my bidet on fire hose setting, so it helps me stand up.
Do you have the like?
I hover above my toilet. It's just.
It's Mario Sunshine. It's the second. It's the second thing for Mario Sunshine. We're like, bleh, bleh, bleh.
I never realized that thing in Mario Sunshine is just a bidet.
It was, and then Mario changed his life. Because for years he was like, scientists were like, we should make a sentient bidet, and it was just the worst existence.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know that guy that does like the breathing exercises, Wim Hof?
Yeah.
He like perforated his colon because he was using like a fountain as like a bidet.
Thank you, Ian.
He became the fountain.
Wow. Anyways,
Don't use public fountains as bidets.
yeah, I would say so.
Hear that, everyone? Now you know.
We have some comments here. Hey, if it makes you feel any better, I cleaned bathrooms in retail for a few years, and you're not the only one. I found a shocking amount of shit paper in the trash receptacles on a regular basis. So he's one of many. Someone said, to be frank, a lot of countries have piping systems that don't support toilet paper, so it's not an unreasonable thing to conclude. Your mom gave you shitty instructions which led to your shitty situation. This varies from location to location. Almost everywhere I've been, you flush toilet paper. But where I was in Brazil, for example, we were instructed not to. So if he does travel to other countries, he's going to be very prepared.
That's true.
For the life there.
Fair.
People will like check in after and just be like,
wow.
Like, you get it.
You're really cool,
Thanks
man.
for doing your research.
Anyways, next story. Today, I messed up by telling a stranger his triceps looked yummy.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
And Shane, I apologize.
It's okay. Thank you, Ian. I am a 35-year-old man, happily married to a woman with 2 kids. Much to her chagrin, I am a chatterbox. I love chatting with a stranger, getting a piece of their story, and making a new friend. I've been going to my local gym for 5+ years. It's a fairly close community, so I know most people that go there, especially the 5 to 7 a.m. crowd. Well, last week there was a new guy there in the morning, around my age, that I'd never seen there before. So in true me fashion, I strike up a conversation introducing myself, getting his name, talking about our workouts, etc., etc. Super nice guy. Fun conversation until I finish off with, well, it was good chatting. Sure, we'll see each other again. Keep working on those triceps. They look yummy. I have never used yummy to describe anything. Not to mention just a weird thing to say to anyone, in my opinion.
Yeah.
He gave me the most what the look I've ever received. I get all flustered, apologize, say not sure why I said that, went to the other side of the gym and finished my workout, hoping to God he doesn't need to come to my side. I do public speaking for a living. I rarely get flustered. I've been thinking about it for 3 days and want to find a new gym. TLDR, tried to bro down with a stranger at the gym, told him his triceps were yummy as we were wrapping up the conversation. I was mortified. He was hella weirded out, and I'm now looking at options to leave the country.
Okay, here's where he
Is
when you say something.
by far the worst case of like, you know how sometimes your automatic response is just said, no matter what the context is. Like if you have a waiter who's bringing your food and they say, I hope you enjoy your meal, you're like, you too, even though, you know, they're the fucking waiter, they're not eating with you. This is that, but the worst possible scenario. Oh my God. Yeah, I would simply perish. I would simply just fall over and never be seen or heard from again. Oh, the secondhand embarrassment is strong in this one. Oh my God.
So out of pocket like that, you just gotta double down on it.
Yeah.
You gotta be like, yeah, they look yummy. I just want to munch on them.
Yeah.
You have to establish dominance. You can't let the other person, you know, make you feel bad.
He's got to put a foot up on a bench and drape a towel over his shoulder and go, you know, Justin Bieber, yummy, triceps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just be like,
Yeah. Yeah. Because if you acknowledge that it was weird,
lick your lips.
and apologize. If you apologize for it, you've lost. You've lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, like, yeah, I think there's something to that. Honestly, I think you have to, like, double down by, like, doing it to someone else, being like people that you know, and just be like, hey, Chris, good to see you, man. Hey, keep your day yummy. Like, hope your workout's yummy. And then just have it be like, oh, that's my thing now.
Yeah.
Like,
That's what I've been doing forever.
say.
Oh, boy. And those biceps. Bull.
Yeah.
Or you can, like, I don't know, if you know people in the gym, have them do it too and just be like, hey, dude, the squats you were doing looked yummy. Like, they gotta have your back.
Yeah, it's true.
I think there's worse
Gotta
things
spot
you
someone.
could say. I feel like you can
there's
recover.
worse things.
You can recover from yummy.
Yeah.
As long as you're like,
Name them.
I mean, as long as like it didn't come off as like sexual harassment, you know?
Totally.
It does
'Cause,
a little
'cause
bit.
It does a little bit.
It
but
does
it's like,
a
I think
little
it's from bro to
bit.
bro.
I'm
Yeah.
imagining. I'm imagining though that the way his phrasing of it, like
Yeah.
his you know, enunciation
Like,
of
yeah,
it.
those triceps look
Like
a little
I
yummy.
think he's saying like, oh yeah, your triceps looking great. But like what he said was like, oh yeah, and your triceps looking yummy, man. And just being like,
It's worse that you didn't do anything with it. What you were like, yummy. It's like, oh, your triceps look yummy. Like it's worse than it's normal.
Yeah.
like it doesn't. It's like the way you're pronouncing it doesn't sound like sexual harassment, even though the phrasing of it does.
Even though it
rough.
feels
It's also
like
rough
it.
that it's-
It may
it's
not
somewhere between
sound
5
like
and
it, but
7
it
a.m.
feels like
It is
it.
6 a.m. in the morning when he is saying this to this guy.
That makes a lot more sense because my brain.
My brain is fried.
Not working.
I don't typically like talking to people at the gym because I go early in the morning and I'm just like, I'm out of it. Like, I am on autopilot here.
Yeah, that's
So,
definitely like tortillio.
That's-
kind of like zone.
Yeah. Someone said, ain't nothing wrong with appreciating a fellow bro's yumminess. Someone else said, I would just move to another continent and start a new life on a farm.
Yeah,
Someone said, okay,
Stardew
I feel
Valley
this. I used the word tasty to compliment a coworker on her recent nails from the salon. They were a creamy pinkish, icing-like color, and legit looked delicious. Oh, they did not let me live that one down. Someone said, you should have clarified that you have select tastes in human flesh. That would have solved the matter for sure. Someone said, it would be kind of funny if this is how you found out you're bisexual.
Oh.
Interesting. You know, I feel bad like making fun of this guy because I do think it's great to like compliment people. It's great to like support people. There doesn't always have to be this underlying current of like, oh, what if you're attracted or whatever. Like, if you are, great, but like it's wonderful to just support people, but not everybody's down for that. And I feel like yummy is like a 10 out of 10. On
Yeah,
that.
I mean, as a person who like, I flirt with my friends all the fucking time. It's just how I show my affection to people. I call all my friends like pet names and shit. Obviously, I make sure that they're okay with it. But like that's just how I am, and my friends know that's just how I am, and it's not pursuing in any way. It's just how I am. It's just how I show affection. I am a little bit in love with all of my friends, and it's completely platonic. But like if I was just in a gym and someone came up to me and was like, wow, those muscles you're working on, they're yummy, I would be vastly uncomfortable. The only context that I think it would be not as bad is if it was like a friend, because a friend would probably just laugh at you and it would probably become an inside joke between you two. But like a stranger in a gym that you thought you were vibing with, and then you say that, oh, the secondhand cringe. Oh, it's painful.
It's a guy he just met.
Yeah.
No, I actually think like in some ways it's better that it's like it was not like a woman that he just started talking to. It's
in
like
that way, I'd be like, no, I wouldn't be like, haha, you have to move. I'd be like, haha, stay away from her forever. I'd be like, you have to go. Now,
please don't call the cops.
don't. Yeah.
It's rough though.
Just give me a 3-minute head start to run.
He
first.
did say that he followed up by saying, I don't know why I said that. Like he did clarify that he immediately was like, oh, I don't know why I said that. That's silly.
See, I feel like that. Yeah. When you do that though, then it's like, oh, I don't know. I think it makes it more weird.
Interesting.
I think you just gotta lean in. You know?
Well, it's kind of.
I don't know the tuck and roll.
I guess it's like. I guess it's almost somewhat like doubling down, because there are situations where you should point out something that you said because it was fucked up, and like sometimes you just speak without thinking. It's natural. Everyone does it sometimes. It's unfortunate when you do it, especially if it's something that's like offensive or something, but I think everyone's had a slip of their tongue at least once in their life. But when you point it out like that, it's just drawing more attention to it, so it's even more awkward because you're acknowledging that both of you are acutely aware that you just said something that's kind of off-putting and kind of uncomfortable for the other person. And now you're just... Well, it was acknowledged, and we didn't just move on from it, so now we're just here with this awkward space between us filled with words that we're uncomfortable with. So... I do think it's... I mean, I guess that was probably just an automatic, oh my god, why did I say that moment, but like, unfortunately, it doesn't make it any less awkward.
For this situation. I don't know how you lean into any of it.
Okay, what would we do if we were on the receiving end of being told our triceps are yummy?
I've had compliments like that make me, I just go like, oh, okay, thank you very much.
Exactly.
That
That
sort
would
of
be my
show like,
reaction.
yeah, like a little bit like, all right, but I still say like, thanks so much. So
I think, like I said, it's a lot based on the body language and the way they're saying it. That I'm like, I'm getting that this guy's not saying it in any sort of like harassing sexual way. He's saying it in such a casual, nonchalant way that I'm like, oh, maybe you are just a guy who's a jokester or whatever. Or like you're just, that's how you are. I would try to give them the benefit of the doubt.
sure.
But it would definitely, you'd be thinking about it.
You're not starting at 0 with this person. You're a little in the red.
Yeah.
You have a
Build
little
back later.
debt.
You're a little
pay.
debt, yeah.
Yeah, it's hilarious to read about them.
Yeah. And Shane, those pants, scrumptious.
Thank you.
They do look like a nice tomato paste.
I do think it is kind of funny that I literally just a couple stories ago was like, radioactive material, it looks delicious. and now why am I always right in the weirdest ways? Why do I always unintentionally foreshadow things instead of the things that I bust my ass to manifest happening quickly? What the fuck? What is this weird power I have?
Oh, like a vodka sauce.
I'd say definitely a vodka sauce.
Yeah, like a vodka sauce. What are we saying, vodka sauce?
Yeah, I think we're saying a vodka sauce.
Pull the room, vodka sauce.
The pasta diavolo.
Our next story. Today I messed up. I fell asleep in the bathtub. Scary.
Ooh, that is scary.
Ooh,
That is literally one of my worst fucking fears. Genuinely. Because as a person with a chronic pain disorder, I rarely take showers. I almost exclusively take baths. I'll only take a shower if like I didn't have the spoons leading up to like the day I have to do something and I have to take a shower just because it's way faster and because I gotta go. But like I almost exclusively take baths because there's so much less energy than standing up for an extended period of time is for me with all my chronic pain and my fatigue and shit. And most of the time I like taking baths when I am like in a flare up because it really does help. And I usually have like bath salts and stuff that are used for chronic pain. So I take them when I'm like really fucked up and in the heart of a very bad flare up time. And usually when I'm in the crux of a very bad flare up, the fatigue and brain fog is awful. I will forget to do things like wash my face or wash my hair in the tub because my brain is so fucked up. I just cannot think properly because I'm in so much pain. So it is a constant fear of mine that I will pass out in the bathtub and drown. Like, oof. Very, very scary. Welcome, Tasha. Good to see you. I love you. Mwah.
So I have the flu and a bunch of mini issues that came with that. Ear infection, nausea, headaches, etc. So for the first time in a very long time, I decided I was gonna soak in a bath. I have like 3 bath bombs in the back of my bathroom cupboard I've had for maybe about 2 years because I usually shower, not bathe, and I decided I wanted to use the glittery peach one. To my horror, and apparently my husband's, that peach glitter bath bomb is neither peach nor glittery, but the closest red I've seen to blood. I'm soaking and I knock out. I must be a shallow breather. From what I was told, I was faced away from the door, and the way my hair draped down made me look as though I was face down in the water.
Oh,
I am a very, very, very heavy sleeper. I have like 20 morning alarms to wake up and still tend to get up late, so my husband touching my leg didn't wake me up.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What an image. Holy shit, that's horrifying. Oh my god.
Nor did his scream. And apparently my skin felt ice cold. My brother-in-law runs in and starts freaking out, running back to find his phone, and my husband tries to grab and hold me. I imagine this was very dramatic, and in that process, my head goes under the water for a second, and I pop up because I got water in my nose. I'm confused as to why my husband is crying. My brother-in-law runs back in thanking God, and husband is trying to find out where the blood was coming from. I'm obviously terrified by the audience while I am butt naked in this bath, and as if it couldn't get worse, I was asleep so long the bubbles were gone, so I was just exposed. I yelled at them to get out and just stood up and showered. Definitely not a fan of this situation. Gonna stick to showers. Gonna avoid my brother-in-law for the rest of my life. We have a photo of the bath water, and it's like a...
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god.
It's like a vodka sauce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Man.
Oh my God. That's so sad.
That is awful.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Well, it does in the end, you know, but it doesn't matter if it's like real or not. Your brain is experiencing that. Like they went through the trauma of finding your wife dead and bleeding in the bathtub. Like that happened to that person.
That is something that would give me nightmares for years. I cannot imagine being that husband. Holy fucking shit.
That sucks. And yes, it's violating when she was like, yeah, it sucks that I was naked too. I'm like, that does, but also, but also.
Yeah, that's kind of bad, but we're gonna rank them.
It's like a little embarrassing, but like, he was going through 5 stages of grief in one moment, wailing.
Jeez.
Oh, my God.
Oh my God. That is the king of all the mess ups that we've read about today. That is the worst one.
Yep.
Yeah, that's like actual trauma level. Like, that's something you would have to go to therapy for. And oh my god, holy shit.
I fell asleep in the bathtub and caused unrepairable trauma to my,
Yeah.
my husband and brother-in-law.
On the plus side, now we know what our next April Fool's joke is going to be for Smosh.
Yeah.
I've never been more
Dude's
grateful
heart
that we
shattered
don't have a
into a
bathtub.
million pieces in that
at
moment.
Smosh.
Yeah, for sure.
Yet.
Yeah. I saw a little movie called Nightmare Before Christmas. They got ones with legs that can walk, and I think that's what we need.
Oh, I love that little clawfoot tub
Yeah.
that crawls around. Okay.
Yeah. I like that.
Oh,
I like that.
my God. Also, just kind of dangerous to fall asleep in a bathtub.
Yeah, that's actually so.
Well, yeah, that's why everyone was freaking out, because then her face goes down. It looks like she's full on drowning while also bleeding out in the middle of the bathtub. Jesus Christ.
I guess it, like, looking at the water here, it's not too deep. Like, it's a
That
little
must be
shallow.
a damn good bath bomb.
I think she just had the flu real bad.
Yeah. That does sound really nice. I want a bath right now.
So do I.
No, I see what you're up to, and we're gonna find you dead, we think.
Nah, you got me. You got me.
That's terrifying.
That's awful.
That is horrible.
That's really awful. Someone said, on the positive side, it's nice to know that your family love you and ran around like the proverbial decapitated chickens to help the best they could.
Well, yeah.
You don't
Yeah.
No, you don't have to love somebody to be horrified by thinking you're coming across a corpse.
Hey, Steven, come look at this shit.
Oh my God.
Yep.
That's so embarrassing.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, I can't. I cannot even imagine. Wow,
Who do we
man.
call for this? Yeah.
Oh my God, her blood smells like peaches. Opie,
I told her she needed to cut down on the sugar.
Opie responded, "There's
Yeah, right? Like, now I'm terrified that I would accidentally cause this scenario, because I love bath bombs. I just have to be like, listen, if you see me relaxing in the bathtub with a bunch of red surrounding me, I'm not dead. I didn't do anything. I'm just having a very nice time, okay? Please don't panic."
super loving. It's funny because they're seriously assholes, kind of, bully me often, but when I'm sick or hurt, they both spring into action and help me in whatever way they can. Someone said, I work in 911 dispatch. If someone called and we were told what you described in this post, it would straight up go out to the firefighters as an obvious death. Lastly, someone said, could be worse. My friend fell asleep in the tub with it running and ruined like 3 apartments all at once. So it could have been expensive and embarrassing. I don't know.
Actually,
Wasn't it? I think it was Sophia Nygaard, I think. She maybe it probably was her because that's like her whole thing. Somebody did an experiment where they combined all of these bath bombs from like Lush or whatever, and they used them all at once in the bathtub, and they winded up flooding their entire house. So yeah, I mean there are worse scenarios for you personally, but as far as like effects and consequences on the people around you goes, I think this trauma outweighs any like property damage. Like this is something that's the kind of shit where you cannot get those images out of your head for years. Doesn't matter that it was real or not. The image of it was very real, and the trauma in that moment was very real, and it's gonna fuck with you for a very long time. So
dying. Sorry.
Yeah, or actually dying. Whew. Oh. Wow. That might be the worst Today I've Messed Up I've ever read. Like, I don't know how you mess up worse than that.
I think,
except for actually being dead in the tub, I guess. Like, this. Oh my god, I actually have chills just thinking about being on either end of that. If I was the person in the tub, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life that I made people think that I was dead in a bathtub and had them panicking over me, and I was just asleep the whole time. That is... I already had fears of falling asleep in the bathtub. Now I have another level of fear unlocked. This episode has given me so much more paranoia and trauma. God damn it.
In an innocent way, right?
Yeah,
like,
sure.
As opposed to like, there's Today I Messed Ups where it's like, oh, I committed a crime. It's like, okay, she didn't technically do anything wrong.
Nothing really actually happened.
Like, as far as like Curb Your Enthusiasm types of things happen.
Yeah.
This is probably the worst one I've ever read.
Huge.
Yeah.
Only two things worth. One, it's actually a dead spouse. Two, she was intentionally pranking. If that was an intentional prank, like obviously Ian was joking, but like actually doing that to someone, as cynical as it is, I would not put that past prank YouTube channels because I have seen, I've watched like coverage from like commentary channels of like the worst of the worst prank videos, and some of them are like truly the utter worst of humanity. So I wouldn't put it past people to pull that kind of shit, but you really, to intentionally do that to someone, you have to be fucked. Like, that is irredeemable to intentionally put someone through that level of trauma. And it's just a prank, bro, when there's like actual traumatic responses involved. I never talked to that person again. Yeah, no. That, unfortunately, I can't put it past like prank YouTube channels. I'm sure there's some similar shit that like that out there, but I never associate with a person who did that to me again on purpose.
I can't think of doing something worse than that.
Yeah.
Without committing a crime.
I could.
Okay,
I'll save it.
Okay. Our final story, and this one is awesome.
Okay.
Today I messed up by making a 5 big booms joke on a first date.
What?
Oh.
Is this you?
Oh, I'm so sorry you fell asleep in the bathtub. We'll give it a boom.
Okay.
Wow, I never thought I'd post on a subreddit like this, but I came back from a first date a couple of hours ago and am still feeling absolutely mortified, so maybe writing it out will feel cathartic. I, a 20-year-old woman, recently downloaded Hinge for the first time and began swiping. I've never gone out on a date through a dating app before, so safe to say I was absolutely shitting bricks for tonight's first date with Brian, 22-year-old man. Although we started talking off of the app prior to the date,
But my spouse, like, hell no. The next time we'd be speaking would be signing for divorce papers. Yeah, I wouldn't even speak to them again. I just immediately leave the fucking house, and I would be like, yeah, if you want to speak to me ever again, you can speak to the lawyer that I'm about to hire. Fuck you.
We hadn't actually spoken on the phone, so I didn't really know what to expect in terms of how our conversation would flow in person. Fast forward to tonight, and we ended up meeting at this cute paint bar. Everything was going
I
great
love
until the
paint
topic of pets was
bars.
brought up. He noticed the lock screen of my cat and asked if it was mine. I said yes and asked about his pets. As I remembered, he had a pic with 2 dogs on his profile. He got out his phone to show me pictures of them and sadly told me how one of them, a white, crunchy-looking Yorkie named Roxy, had recently passed after New Year's. Now, I have no idea what possessed me in that moment. Maybe Satan. Maybe Satan.
Oh God.
Maybe Roxy. But I simply responded, aw, she gets 5 big booms.
Oh no! Oh, the brain rot! The brain rot! No!
If she died after New Year's, please
did
tell
she
me it
do
doesn't
it?
have anything to do with fireworks.
Did she just sit there and go, boom, 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 boom?
He's like Roxy
just
exploded.
And then after that, he goes, what? She just goes, he weirdly looked at me and just went, what? It was in that moment I knew I fucked up. He didn't get the reference. I knew I had already shot myself in the foot when I said it, as I'm awful when it comes to sensitive topics like death or grieving. But I had hoped he'd let out a little laugh and we'd move on. But no, I initially tried sweeping it under the rug by saying, oh, it's nothing, it's just from this silly video. But he proceeded to ask me to show it to him. I awkwardly laughed and
God.
went, really? Really? So I opened up TikTok and showed him the clip. Brian, and I'm assuming Roxy, R.I.P., didn't find it funny. He just sat there and went, oh, I get it now. From that point, I knew the date was doomed. So I just gave him an
Oh,
apologetic...
he got it. She got the date. Got a doom.
Yeah, it got a doom. From that point, I knew the date was doomed. So I just gave him an apologetic smile and tried to make the most of things by placating the situation. Thankfully, we were wrapping up with our paintings by then. All in all, now I know not to try to lighten the mood of a grieving dog parent by bringing up a brain rot joke, especially on a first date.
I don't have words. If this happened to me, I'd get up and I'd fucking leave. Like absolutely not. I gotta fucking go. Like, if you don't take this shit seriously, I gotta go. I'm grieving and I gotta leave.
Sorry, Brian, and sorry, Roxy. You deserve more than 5 big booms.
Especially on a last date, actually.
Yeah. Final date.
Yikes.
Final date.
I just love like having to explain Costco guys in the year 2025.
It's
Like,
all
where
about the
do you even
Rizzler now.
begin?
Yeah, the Rizzler's taken over.
Damn,
Yeah.
sucks.
Cornered the market.
Ooh. I gotta give people a little bit of grace on a first date. Like, if I'm on a first date and you're hitting it off and one awkward joke gets said, I'm like, we're nervous. Like,
Yeah.
I think a great thing, like, when I was dating, is like kind of establishing that you're nervous on a first date. Just being like, oh my God, I'm so nervous. Like, this is so weird. Because it is.
I just can't put myself in this kind of position. I would never. My first response to something like that would never be a joke. Like, I'm an uncomfortable laughter, or I'm an uncomfortable laugher. Like, I laugh when I'm uncomfortable. It's kind of a first response. But if someone told me about something like that, I would not immediately joke. I feel like there's a difference between being an uncomfortable laugher and being an uncomfortable joker. And if it just slipped out and you were immediately like, oh my God, that was so insensitive, I'm so sorry. Fine, but like, I can't relate to being in this position. I've had some people tell me some fucked up things in my moments of grief over, you know, I'm not gonna go into specifics, but I've had people tell me some fucked up things in moments of grief similar to that. And like, that's something that I just can't look past. Like, again, if you don't take that kind of thing seriously, then I don't care. I can't have anything to do with you. I don't want to be near you. The fact that she has pets herself and still, like, I don't know. I can't relate to that scenario. I really can't.
Dates are weird, especially first dates. So, like,
100%.
if you fuck up and say something like that, I'm like, come on, you didn't say something really insensitive.
No, and like, I think there's always this pressure of trying to make yourself work for the other person. First date is like, let's try this out. Let's see how we interact. So, yeah, that, was not the best thing to say about his dog passing. But there is somebody out there, hopefully, that would be like, oh my God, that's so funny. Like, I love that. Like, your humor, like, if you're not great with topics on death, they might not be either. That's how you both deal with it.
Right.
You're not going to work for Brian 22.
You don't fail a date. It's just like, oh, you guys weren't a connection.
Exactly.
That's all it is.
And some people, I mean, like
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to
they
move
don't
past
deal
that.
with
yeah.
grief or loss
Exactly.
in the same way as others, and some people use comedy.
Right.
Exactly.
It's just like
No, I mean,
I mean, again, like as a person whose first reaction to discomfort is to laugh. I mean, you guys have seen it on stream. I do it all the time when I'm very uncomfortable by these stories. Again, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that because it is just your first response and you usually don't get to, when it's that kind of uncomfortable scenario, it's very difficult to actually choose your words carefully if you have those first reaction instincts. I think it's just more so not immediately being like, oh my God, I'm so sorry I did that, or explaining like, oh, I'm sorry, I laugh when I'm uncomfortable, I'm not trying to like dismiss you or anything. Like, fine, everyone has their coping mechanisms, everyone has their first instincts, but you could at least be a little more sensitive about it. I mean, damn.
Yeah,
it's gotta match.
You just kind of get hit with like an because I'm sure they weren't expecting that dog to be dead, and so they panicked and then, went to brain rot.
It's and that's fair, and it's true. Like, I've met so many people that in the like wake of like recent grief will make a really dark joke.
Sure.
And you're just like, okay, like that's how you're handling that.
For me, I'll make a dark joke right off the bat for myself, but for other people, I really like to be, like, maybe it's too vulnerable. Maybe someone doesn't want to talk yet. So if I was just like, hey, I'm really sorry about, the loss of Roxy, your dog, maybe they don't want that on a first date. And they're just like, let's not kill the vibe,
I don't know who would. Like, usually, at least in my experience using dating apps and stuff, that's usually something that people disclaim on their profiles, like I have dark humor or whatever. Like, that's a vulnerable moment for someone you just met. I don't know. The story makes me uncomfortable and I don't understand it from a humanity perspective, I guess.
It's all about finding a match.
Totally.
So.
Exactly. It's like, you inhale some thorium, get bone cancer.
Exactly.
Like, that's not very skibbity.
It's not. Pretty Ohio of you.
It's pretty
Ohio.
Some comments. This post gets 5 big booms that had 2,000 upvotes. Someone said, if my date said this about my...
Kind of reminds me of my mom's ex-friend making jokes about my dad passing away the same night it happened. Didn't know what to do. That is... I am so sorry to hear that. That's genuinely awful. I mean... I've dealt with people being that insensitive when I'm like in the thick of trauma. I can't imagine doing that the same fucking night. That's disgusting. Again, I understand that it's a thing for people to cope with their trauma, their own trauma, with humor. I think it is a very, very different conversation when you are making light of someone else's trauma and trying to make jokes about it because you are uncomfortable with the situation. I would much rather, in a fit of sobbing because something very traumatic just happened to me, or I am in the thick of grief for a very fresh situation that either literally just happened or happened within days, and having someone tell me, I'm sorry, I don't know what to do with this. I'm not the right person to like comfort you right now. I'd rather someone tell me that than just immediately start joking about something that I'm still actively sobbing over because it's that fresh, Yeah, she's better off without that friend, to be honest. Yeah, for sure. That is awful. I'm very glad that you and your mom are away from that person because y'all did not deserve that shit. And I wish that people understood it is one thing to joke about your own trauma. It is another to joke about somebody else's to their face, especially. And especially if they are actively in being traumatized because it just freshly happened. Even if it's been 1 full year. When you're grieving or when you're going through something that is intensely traumatic, even a full year passing is nothing. Barely any time at all. Like, it is not your place. And, like, you gotta get over yourself. I'm sorry. You gotta start fucking maturing and get over yourself. 'Cause that's just not okay. She has genuinely sweet friends, though, at least. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. You guys are definitely better off. I can't handle people like that. I just can't. Like, if you're not even gonna apologize or immediately realize what you did, I don't have time. I don't have the time or energy for that shit.
Dead cat, I think it was hilarious in its absurdity, to be honest.
Yeah.
Lastly, someone said, this is almost cringier than f***ing to Seabat. I don't get that reference.
You read the story.
Whip, 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 whip.
Oh.
Yeah.
Seabat, I forgot the name of it.
Classic.
Anyways.
Classic.
Update.
Oh.
Roxy's back!
She's now dating the father guy.
He buried in the cemetery
Boom guy?
back there. Gotta go up there and bury
She's
it in
on
the
a date
cemetery.
with Big Justice.
Is it? I think it's AJ Justice is the dad, right?
Oh, it's not Big Justice. Big Justice is who's Little Justice? I gotta brush up on my Costco guys lore.
Yeah,
Sorry.
dude. All right, on to the update. Oh my God. I'm a little terrified at how over 800,000 people viewed my story, but it looks like my faux pas made at least a few of you smile, so at least there's that. Brian, which don't worry, isn't his real name, to all of our surprise, texted me this morning saying how he had a good time last night and would like to see me again. I guess the 5 big booms didn't scare him away after all. In all seriousness, though, thank you for the much-needed laugh, and for those who were disappointed by my TikTok usage, try not to worry about the future generation too much. We can be driven and also enjoy an extremely dumb joke here and there. Nice.
That's sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
It's good.
Hey.
Must be like a chocolate chunk cookie.
I guess I'm glad it had a happy ending,
Well,
but
it all worked out.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
I mean, we haven't checked up on the thorium guy. So
No,
we don't know if that
not.
worked out.
That one sounds like it'll be okay with the
I
sort of
think he'll be
Half-Life
all right.
situation.
Given the half-life, 3.
Oh. Well, no, the Half-Life is... Oh,
And this is where
got
we
it.
announce
'Cause
we're
he looks
sponsored
like,
by Half-Life
looks like
3.
Gordon
Guys,
Freeman.
it's coming.
It's
next
coming,
year.
and it's a Smosh exclusive.
And it's also only going to be on VR that you don't own.
And I'm Gordon Freeman.
He's Gordon Freeman.
You are. That is lore.
That's what we're announcing today.
Thank you both for being here. Thank you for not messing this up.
What a terrible story to end off on. Let's be happy over gay people now.
Hello and welcome to Smosh Reads Reddit Stories. I'm Shane, and today's episode is our Pride episode.
Wow. It's the 28th. We have 2 days left in this month, and they finally acknowledge Pride, even though there's so many gay people in this company.
And I am joined by 2 guests who are dying.
It's just been such a long Pride Month.
I haven't slept.
Because so many parties, parades. I got waving to the people on the sidewalk.
Sounds exhausting. There's glitter in places I didn't know there could be glitter in.
You gargled a little with the eye.
Oh my God. We are filming this before Pride Month, but I
Wow,
hope
these
you
are
both had a
backlogged.
wonderful Pride Month.
It was awesome this year.
It was so
yeah.
good this year.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
It is May as we're recording this.
Happy Pride, everybody. I haven't gotten to say it enough this month, but happy Pride, all my gays. One of us. Happy being gay month.
Do you already have plans of any sort?
I booked. Oh, wait, what?
What?
2 types of gay.
I just let Pride happen to me.
Okay.
I'm a passenger Pride, you know?
Very cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. What do you have booked?
Yeah. Just a bunch of parties.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I'll take any invitations that
Okay.
are available.
Happy Pride.
All right.
Okay.
Well, all of these stories are going to be a little gay.
Ew!
All right. Let's hop into our first story. This comes from Am I the Asshole? Am I the asshole for sending pink envelopes?
Pink?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's got pink on the cover. No.
Well, she's
The color pink, I think.
Pink is not gay, but she is.
Pink is not gay.
I sell Pokemon cards on eBay as a side job.
Oh.
I have been doing it way before the rush on Pokemon cards was a big thing. When I mail out my cards, I like to send them in different colored envelopes to stand out. The colors are red, blue, pink, green, and yellow. They are randomly picked, and using different colors helps me remember who has what order. I have never gotten a complaint before and thought it was a great idea. So when your letter arrives, it's a fun experience instead of just getting a plain white envelope. I had an order for a card that was randomly put in a pink envelope and mailed off to the buyer. About a week or so later, I got a message on eBay from the buyer asking me not to send him pink envelopes because pink is for girls, and he doesn't want his neighbors to see him carrying a pink letter.
Yeah.
Yeah, you tell him. About a week goes by and I add more items to my eBay, and this person bought more things from me. About 10 different cards. I don't remember him from all the other orders, so one of his packages gets sent in a pink envelope. I had a lot of orders that week, and a lot of people got pink envelopes along with different colors. I'm also sure another one of his orders was sent in a blue one. He messages me again, furious that I have sent him another pink envelope.
It's just a color. It's just a color. Get over yourself. Get over yourself. Get over yourself. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Letter.
Yeah.
Yeah, you tell him. About a week goes by and I add more items to my eBay, and
Crying over a pink envelope sounds like a cringe boy, very girl, man, child, right? It is a color. It is a color, okay? It's a color. And in my opinion, a very pretty color. I spent a lot of my life hating pink because I didn't know that I was not fully a girl, and I despised that everyone assumed I was and gave me a bunch of pink shit because I didn't necessarily want all of those things, and I didn't want the association. And then I got a fucking grip and got over myself and realized that pink is actually a very nice and satisfying, comforting color, and it is just a fucking color. Oh my god, I hate shit like this. Blue is for boys and pink is for girls. I'm fully blue. Do I look masked to you? Do I look like a person who made my self-insert persona mask to you? I have blue and pink on my persona. Does that by default just make me bi-gender even though I'm fucking not? Like, oh my god. Oh my god, it's a color. It's just a color. Get over yourself.
this person bought more things from me. About 10 different cards. I don't remember him from all the other orders, so one of his packages gets sent in a pink envelope. I had a lot of orders that week, and a lot of people got pink envelopes along with different colors. I'm also sure another one of his orders was sent in a blue one. He messages me again, furious that I have sent him another pink envelope. He informed me that he would not buy from me again if the next envelope was pink. His message also included, I don't want another pink letter. Only send me colors associated with the American flag. So
I hate it here. I hate it here.
only only reds and blues.
What?
If it's on the gay flag, I don't want it.
It's the fucking rainbow! It has every single color on it! Oh my god! Oh my god! Red, blue, and white are all on the inclusive LGBT plus community flag. All of the colors are on it because it's the fucking rainbow! You absolute imbecile! Oh my fucking god! Oh my god. I'm in pain. I'm in actual fucking... I'm in agony. You're so fucking stupid. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Weird because the pride flag is a rainbow, but I digress. So about 2 weeks later, he ordered about 20 cards, which is over the weight limit for eBay stamps.
This guy sounds like he would shoot his gun into the sky because he saw a rainbow buddy cringe man child. Yeah! Listen, I'm the type of person where, like, sometimes I see people say and do things, and I will think thoughts that are not necessarily kind thoughts, but I keep it inside because outwardly it's not my fucking problem. It doesn't fucking affect me. It's a different person living their fucking life. As long as they're not causing harm or committing crimes, why do I need to care about what that other person over there is doing? Like, if it's not impacting me and actively harming me or harming people around me, who fucking cares? A person's identity has nothing to do with you. Like, it's so crazy to me because these are the kinds of people who are always like, gay people make being gay their entire personality. What is this then? Is being an American cis het man not your entire personality too? Like, there's you're blowing something that is not even remotely related to gender and identity politics about gender and identity politics because of a fucking color. The only one who's being dramatic about gay people is you right now, dude. You're the only one acting up because gay people exist and they're just vibing and you happen to get a pink funky envelope and you're taking it so personally when it's just a color. I can't. Oh my god.
Standard card shipping, so I broke his order down into separate orders. Cards were bought in different orders of 5, so it was easy to do. I had a buy 3, get 2 free deal. I decided I didn't.
Also, the fact that he's this upset and yet he is still continuing to buy from OP anyway? Typical.
Want this person to go without his pink envelopes any longer, so I sent him 5 separate pink letters for his card.
That's awesome.
Good.
Now, where I think I might be the a-hole was when talking to my girlfriend. She defended him, saying he could have been in the closet and you exposed him to his family. I tried.
Listen, okay, we have to listen. We have to have one of these moments again. Hold on. Look into my eyes, okay? Listen to me. Holding a fucking pink envelope does not mean anything. It's just a fucking piece of paper. It's just a fucking piece of paper that holds other fucking pieces of paper. There is nothing identifying about it. You're just holding something. Existing in a space where pink and blue also exist does not mean anything. It does not mean anything. It's just colors and pieces of paper. If you are that concerned that it says something about you, then you have internal issues you need to fix. It's not other people around you's problem. Shut up! Get over yourself! Please! For the love of God! For the love of Moon! Please! Stop doing this kind of shit. It's so stupid. It's so stupid and grating for no reason. It's just a fucking pink envelope. Pink is just a color. It cannot hurt you. It's just a color. You're not actively being harmed by the very few pieces of pink that are on my model. I'm not staring into your soul and saying, because you looked at me and all of my pink features, you're now a gay lesbian. And you're a woman now. Because you looked at my pink assets. It's just a fucking color. It's just a fucking color. This just in. Pink and blue are just colors. It doesn't matter that they're associated with gayness. All colors are associated with gayness because it's a fucking rainbow. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Colors existing does not inherently mean there's gay implications. Get over yourself. Get over yourself. Get over yourself. Thank you for coming to my speech. I'm sweating because of how fucking angry I am. Jesus Christ.
To show her the messages where I don't think that is the case.
Wait. Say that again?
She said, his girlfriend said, he could have been in the closet and you exposed him to his family.
Because you know,
Having a pink
when you get a pink envelope, they go,
Oh! Well, it's like at Hogwarts.
Yeah, we all... I can barely even manage this joke. I want to. When you realize that you're gay, we all get our gay cards in the mail in a pink envelope. Everyone knows that. I don't have the heart. I'm actually livid.
You know, you get the big envelope. It's like, you're
a
gay.
wizard. You're gay, Harry.
and the owl shows up and goes, you. Not a who.
The sorting hat is like, got me.
Got me. I guess so.
And I've been sorted.
Girl, we're getting you sorted.
I tried to show her the messages where I don't think that is the case. So then she said, maybe he doesn't want to be made fun of by his neighbors and now he will. But
Girl, listen to me. It is not that fucking deep. This is just a pathetic piece of shit. Doesn't even matter that he's a guy because there are numerous cis women who are like this too. Like, gender does not matter at all in this situation. He's the only one making it about identity politics. It is not that deep. It is not that deep. There is no like, you're exposing him. It's not that deep. Do not coddle this piece of shit. Come on. Oh my God.
now I feel bad that he did ask to not get them sent anymore, but I decided to be petty. So Reddit, am I the asshole?
It's Pokemon cards.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Period.
did we forget that it's Pokemon cards?
Period.
Yeah.
He's worried about his fragile American math.
Yeah, like, okay, you're being exposed for being girly because you held a pink envelope. Are we not gonna acknowledge that you're also, I mean, by your logic, being a child for your reaction and also having an interest in Pokemon, which is, you know, a game series for kids. And you're a grown-ass American cis man who enjoys it. Even though it's, you know, it's for kids. So there's always a double standard with this kind of shit. I hate it
And he's
here.
like, I order Pokemon cards by the single.
And it's like butterfly or whatever, butterfly or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, also,
Butterfree.
the colors can all be linked to different types of Pokemon.
I was like, is he ordering fairy type Pokemon
Exactly.
cards? Yeah.
I don't think he's ordering fairy type Pokemon.
He's like, those don't exist in my eyes.
He has a dartboard with Sylveon on it.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's wild.
This is ridiculous.
Only send me reds and blues. None of that. None of the ones on the gay flag. It's like reds and blues are on.
on
there,
the gay
too.
flag.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, we literally have the inclusive flag right here. This is every single fucking color, including black, white, and brown. There is not a singular color that's not on the gay flag anymore. I'm sorry. Unless you're getting into very specific shades and hues, they're all on there. Every color is gay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think every color is on there.
It is. That's what a rainbow is. Yeah.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
I just can't even fathom it. Like, it doesn't even make sense to me. How antiquated is the idea that pink is a girl color? But also, it's an envelope. What does it have to do? And you're throwing it away. You're opening it, and it's 2 seconds.
Yeah.
You're not even keeping the envelope.
I mean, also assumingly, you're getting it from your mailbox. So, like, assumingly, there's more than one letter in your mailbox and on any given day. So, like, you don't have to expose, like, you're exposing yourself if you're taking it out in a way that's like, look, everyone, I'm a man and I'm holding a pink envelope that I just got in. Like, okay, put it on the other side of where people can see you. Put it in your pocket. Put it under your shirt. Hide it in the other pieces of mail that you probably got that same day. Like, it's not... Oh my god, it's such a non-issue. I'm seething!
It's going straight into the trash or recycling. He
Yeah.
probably doesn't recycle, honestly.
No, probably not. Yeah, it's not his choice what the letters he gets in the mail are.
I love pink
it's-
too. Welcome,
but
Linky.
I mean, this is how fragile, like, masculinity is to some people,
It's
so.
bonkers.
Yeah.
I have
Oh
such
my
trouble
God.
understanding that. I don't know why. I like can't understand it.
The amount of, like, confinements guys put on themselves of, like, well, that's
Yeah.
gay and that's gay and I can't do that. And it just keeps.
There's... I don't know if I would be able to find it. Let me see. I need to click away. Okay, there's like... I hope I can find it. Pink is a color. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find it. I'd have to do a more like specific and thorough search, but there's a really nice video. It's like a guy, he's wearing pink, he's holding pink balloons, he's like his whole outfit and everything is pink. And he's walking and filming like a rant video, and he's talking about how like he doesn't understand why people automatically assume that he's like gender non-conforming or that he's gay because it's a color. He's like, it's just a color. I just like it. I just think it's neat. And I'm not gay. I'm not GNC. I just like the color. I just think it's nice. And like, I think about that video every time I see shit like this because that's true. It's just a color. You either like it or you don't. And if you don't like it for those kinds of preconceptions, again, as a person who grew up and had to actively take those misconceptions out of my line of thinking, because I knew once I got a grip and matured, I was like, you know what? It's just a color. It's not that fucking deep. And then, you know, I got old enough that people stopped automatically giving me stuff that was pink too because they just assumed that I enjoyed it. Like, that was the biggest reason that I hated it in the first place. I wanted to love it of my own accord, not because I felt like I had to. So, like, that's some internal work that you gotta do and you gotta contend with. And getting the gotcha of pink in your Pokemon shit it's not deep. Just do some internal work. Dude, I can never hate a color. I love all colors. I love green, I love blue, I love brown. Yeah, like, they're just colors. And they're all beautiful. And I love rainbows because they have all of the colors in them. But, like, it's just colors. Please get over yourself. Please. Please. I promise I'm not trying to infect you with the gay just because one of my eyes is pink and I'm staring into you with it right now. Like, oh my god, get over yourself.
Understanding that. I don't know why. I like can't understand it.
The amount of like confinements guys put on themselves of like, well, that's gay and that's gay and I can't do that. And it just keeps building every year and they can't do anything at this stage. Like, it's nuts.
Yeah, straight men can't do anything.
They can't do anything. No, I remember.
Damn.
I remember a few years ago, I think I've told this story before, but a few years ago I was on a set and there was like, it was a set where a lot of the crew were like older guys.
I actually have an example of this. One time I was shopping and I was with someone. I don't want to be specific, but I was shopping for my nephew with someone, and there was this little collared shirt, and it was mainly like a royal blue color, and then there was a very little embroidered whale on the shirt, and it was like the kind of collared shirt where they have like the little pockets on them. So it was just a little shirt for a little baby. And it was blue mostly, but it had a little tiny, right above the little tiny pocket, because again, these are baby clothes, and it had a little baby whale that was embroidered on there, and it was pink. And solely because of that, it was like, we can't get that for him because pink is a girl color. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, it's literally an accent. It's literally just a little tiny piece, a little tiny embroidered whale on a full shirt that is blue otherwise. It's so fucking stupid.
And it was me and a couple actors. We're all like the same age, but one of the actors had just moved into a new apartment. And he was talking about, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna keep it like totally clean. Like, he's like, that's my goal, is to keep my place super clean. And this like old sound.
Maybe it's my artist mindset, but it's hard for me to hate any color. Yeah, like, I mean, are there colors that I don't necessarily love? Yeah, but I cannot love a color, but I really don't hate them because I'm a person who really likes to like seamlessly blend stuff, especially if I'm like doing traditional art. I really enjoy blending in traditional art, and to do that like seamlessly and nicely, you have to use a bunch of different colors to really make it seamless. So like sometimes I use colors that I'm not the biggest fan of, but like it's just colors and it's helping the rest of the picture come together, you know? Just fucking stupid.
Guys like, well, you don't want to keep it too clean because then people will think you're gay. And we were just like, what? And
What?
he luckily, my friend responded, he's like, well, I'm gonna keep it gay clean all the time.
Yeah.
That's
I was like,
awesome.
yeah.
Good.
But like truly, like a lot of guys think that way. Like keeping yourself
unfortunately.
put together is like
That's
seen
so-
as gay.
Yeah, that's very 90s. That's very much the kind of humor that was in the 90s. Like there's a lot of jokes, and like I feel like Friends is probably the best example where, you know, especially when it comes to Chandler's character specifically, there's a lot of jokes about like, well, you know, he enjoys baths and he enjoys keeping himself together and all that shit, so he must be gay, right? And it's like, no, he's just a normal person who enjoys, I mean, not that being gay is abnormal, but like he's just a guy. That's it. He's just a guy who enjoys these things. Why do you think that every little thing is that deep? Like that's not what makes someone gay or not. will make someone gay or not is if they are gay or not. Period. That's it. That's all the requirements. And like within the community, yeah, we obviously have jokes within the community like gay people can't drive and that kind of shit, but like that's in the community. That is not your joke to make because you're not part of it if you're cishet, you know? I don't know. It's so fucking stupid.
Like being
90s.
well dressed, like all these things, like good hygiene. They label everything,
Valid
and so
thinking.
some of them do it on purpose. Like they have their life a mess out of fear of being seen as something
But I
else.
see it as like an enhancement. It's like, yes, now I'm gay clean. That's like bonus points.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I have gay hygiene. Well, that's like a good thing for a straight guy. It is attractive.
yes.
Like it's hot.
Women-
It's like,
women
whoa,
love their-
women-
you're straight and you take care of yourself? I'm in.
Whoa, yeah.
It's so funny, like all the advice like straight men give to each other, all the women that I know are like, why are you doing that?
Yes, exactly.
It's so funny. The verdict was not the asshole. Comments, not the asshole. This is hilarious. Your girlfriend is wrong. Even if he is closeted, nobody in their right mind is going to assume that because somebody mailed him a pink envelope that he's secretly gay. You have not
Yeah, you're just getting secret gay letters in the mail because they all come in pink envelopes.
outed him by sending him pink envelopes. Someone said, not the asshole. The guy sounds like a mess of a bigoted, fragile masculinity if the color pink or anything from the gay flag offends him. Even if, big if, he's in the closet. How is a pink envelope to a stranger you outing him? And why would his neighbors be paying attention to his mail like that? Your girlfriend's scenario seems pretty far-fetched. Let's not forget, he could have stopped ordering and he didn't. Lastly, someone said, not the asshole. Masculinity so fragile that he cannot carry a pink envelope from his mailbox to his door. Yeah, you were a little petty, but it's such a nothing burger that it's difficult to care about something like that. Red and blue are on the pride flag. Pink is not. So you were literally doing what
It
he
is
asked.
on the
Your girlfriend is
original.
also being silly. When I was in the closet, I could carry a pink envelope.
Yeah.
Update.
Oh,
Oh.
he's gay. Sorry, he's blind.
There it is.
I'm actually really wondering where this is going to go. Sorry this update took this long, but what better time than Pride Month? To clarify some things, the cards are safe in the mail. They are in a card saver penny sleeve and taped to cardboard so they do not move. The shipping is way cheaper that way by like a $3 difference. If the total card value is under 20, they can be shipped that way. This took its weirdest turn. I honestly did not see it coming. So he finally got all his pink envelopes in the mail and decided to complain to eBay about how I was being aggressive and forcing pink envelopes on him. The eBay team contacted me and wanted to either give him a refund or just return the item. I told them if he wants to return the latest items, I would be happy to take them back. So they informed this person that I was willing to accept the return. This man never returned the cards but claimed he did and wanted a refund. Because there was no shipping information, nor did I ever receive a package, I did not have to return the money. He then messages me about how I am not only ripping him off, but also shoving the, and I quote, gay agenda down his throat.
There it is. There it is. There it is. All gay agenda. God, these gays and their agendas. Get a planner.
On eBay, when you send a message to a seller, you can also attach pictures if needed for the return process or whatever it may be. He sent pictures of him burning the pink envelopes in his fire pit while sitting in a lawn chair with an American flag in his hand.
Jesus fucking Christ. This is so painfully pathetic.
Now I read every single reply to my last post, and while I agree I was being petty, I cannot let this go without being petty right back. So I found every order he placed and tallied it up to the exact amount. I would say approximately $30. Look online for the LGBTQ+ charities and nonprofits near me or online to donate to. I donated his entire amount to one of them under his first name and sent him a picture of the donation. I hid it within the message letting him know I never received his return of these items. I have not heard from him since, and I have blocked him from purchasing from me again. A lot of you have asked about my girlfriend and why she took his side, and a lot of you said that was not very healthy. We had a big argument about how she is taking not only a stranger's side, but a homophobic one at that.
Yeah.
Come to find out, she did not care about this person, but just wanted a justified reason to leave me for her coworker.
Oh my.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
God. And now part two.
And a boss hits me. So that was a twist I was not prepared for.
What?
I will not get too much into that, but she was looking for any reason she could beyond this to justify her actions.
Whoa,
Jesus.
This poor OP is just surrounded by complete and utter shitheads. Holy crap.
You're gonna leave us with that?
When the B plot is way crazier.
What the hell?
Holy crap. All right. Man, sending a photo of you burning the letters, like the
It's
amount of
so
work,
much
the,
energy.
the amount of work people put into stuff. I'm like, dude.
I'm like, go take a shower.
This man owns American flags that he just holds in photos.
Of course.
So
dude.
fucking pathetic.
When you lean into negative, hateful energy, you get a little burst of like, yeah, but then you taint your brain with it. And then you're stuck. Taint. And then you're stuck with it. And then if you keep doing it, you get worse. It's like, you need to take a step away from.
Yeah.
The thing is, as a person who is a hater of many things, okay, if you are the type of person where you centralize your time, your energy only on what you hate, it may not seem in the moment like it is zapping your energy into fucking dust, but it does. Like, having that as a habit, a constant habit and hobby and indulgence takes a toll because it is exhausting. Like, there are many things that I dislike in this world, and if I see them, I'm like, wow, I hate that I had to see that, and then I fucking move on with my life. I don't think being a hater should mean that you dedicate all of your waking moments to being a fucking hater, because when that is the case, it's just exhausting. Like, as a person who grew up on the internet, I've really witnessed like fandoms and certain subsections, communities that are solely dedicated to being critical of something, being critical of someone, or just being negative in general. And I indulged in that shit when I was like a teenager, because when you're a teenager, you fucking hate everything because you're fucking miserable because of all the fucking hormones. Like, yeah, I indulged in it when I was a teenager because I was dealing with soul-crushing negativity all the time anyway. I was a teenager. But, like, eventually you get to a point where you mature enough that you're like, this just isn't, like, this is taking a toll on me, because you don't think about it when you're in the thick of it. But as soon as you have even a glimpse of dealing with life outside of that, it just, like, it just takes a toll. Sadly, I've been in a fandom like that in the past. Yeah, it's not worth it. You are genuinely, I mean this as someone who used to indulge in this kind of shit, you are genuinely doing more harm to yourself than you will ever do to whatever person or media that you are actively against. You're only harming yourself because it is taxing on your health, on your mental health, and on your brain in general. It is, there have been studies on like how negatively constantly indulging in awful shit that makes you feel bad fucks with your brain and fucks with your mental chemistry. It harms you. It actively causes you mental harm. It is not worth it. It's just not worth it. Eventually, you're going to be worn down, and you're not going to know where any of your energy and your positivity went, because you spend so much time constantly indulging in something that you hate instead of spending your time doing shit that you actually fucking care about and are passionate about in a positive way, not in a hateful way. We all experience hatred and anger and disdain for certain things and certain people. That's natural and normal. And it's also natural and normal when something's really fresh and just happened, or someone just fucked you over and you gotta seethe for a while. That's normal too. But when you're dedicating years and years and years of your life and of your time to just indulging in hatred and criticism and negative shit happening in the world, you're hurting yourself. You're only hurting yourself, and you're I mean, nobody's going to want to be around that either. It's taxing to be around people who are like that. It's awful. It's why I'm like so self-conscious whenever I'm having a really bad rut, and like my friends typically have to tell me like, it's okay, you're having a bad time, you're going through a lot of shit, we don't fault you for that. But I get so paranoid because I've been around people who just leech off of their own negativity and taint everyone around them with it, and it is so grating. It is so exhausting. Like I don't want to be mad today. I don't want to be upset today, especially because most days I'm already in that state of mind without my own doing. I have fucking clinical depression. Like, I don't know. This is something that I've actually been thinking a lot about, because I've been getting to a point where like whenever I see people's default reaction to something just being this hatred, or like they just sit there and stew in this hatred, I'm like, you know what? This isn't worth that. It's not worth it. And like distancing myself more and more from people who just dedicate their lives, their socials, their time to just being a fucking like full-blown hater. Not just a hater because you hate something and you don't affiliate with it. I mean a hater that is dedicated to the craft. And it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. I'm telling you from experience, it's not worth it. It's just harmful to you. Nobody else cares. Even if you have a good cause, as soon as you start doing it like that, people are just rightfully going to be like, well, you're harassing me, or you're harassing these creators, and you're going to be the bad guy because like you've lost the point. At that point, you've lost whatever your initial purpose and passion was. You've lost it because now you're just wasting your time and energy on indulging in something that makes you unhappy, which is never fun. I don't know. Very long rant, but it's something that I've thought about a lot lately, and I hate to see it. And sometimes it really is that people are just this stupidly hateful over something stupid like a fucking color, and it's like, oh my god. Like, I mean this with genuine love in my heart. Please, for the love of Moon, get a hobby. Just get a hobby. Find something that you enjoy doing. It's so much more beneficial for you and your time. It will improve your mental health so deeply. And through your hobby, maybe you could learn to enjoy the things that you hate, especially if it's something simple like a color. Go out of your way to paint or make something that's pink, and then suddenly you'll realize that it's just a nice color and it looks really nice. And now you have something that you made that you can be proud of, and it doesn't matter that it's pink because you made it and you're proud of it. Just, oh my god. Get a hobby. Conclusion, in summary, moral of the story, please, for the love of fucking Moon, just get a hobby. Thank you for coming to my speech.
You need to take a step away from hate. Like, people who get so angry.
What is your favorite color? Blue. The blue that is on my dress. Hold on. The blue that is on my dress on the non-checkerboard side is my favorite color. But I also really do enjoy pink and black and white and red. So all of my favorite colors are on my model, but that blue specifically is my favorite color. It's the color of the walls in my room.
It's like, take a breath, take a step away, feel that lightness, and then lean into that. It just blows my fucking mind.
Yeah.
Also, we can cross that off the gay agenda.
Yeah.
Cross what?
We got him.
What?
With the pink envelopes.
Oh, we got him.
We did it. We got him.
I just love that in the process of this guy trying to prove to this guy that he's not gay, he staged an entire photo shoot.
That's pretty gay.
Yeah.
You did all of this. You got a flag.
It's pretty much
you're
the
lighting
same
a
blue
fire,
as
and you sit there and you take the photo. And then what do you do after you take the
the
photo?
champion's
Like,
blue
hell
and
yeah.
Breath of the
Edit
Wild
it.
and Tears of the Kingdom.
He's like,
He takes it to Lightroom.
he's like putting filters on
Yeah,
it.
yeah. He's like face tuning.
So,
He's like, shit, I'm fat.
Holy crap. Oh,
Wow.
man. All right.
I want to know what cards he bought.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's his taste in Pokemon?
Yeah, like, okay. I bet at least one of the Pokemon that you like has pink on it somewhere. I'm just saying.
Like, you know.
That's
What's the
going to know.
Machamp?
Machamp? Oh, yeah. Buff guy Pokemon.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a Speedo. The keys.
Keys. Klefki.
Klefki is actually pretty goated.
Yeah.
Pretty good
Pretty
Pokemon.
good.
It's a key?
It's a key,
He's a ring that holds keys.
but it's kind of a bullshit Pokemon because it's fairy type and steel. So its resistances are pretty nuts.
Oh.
I love that you know
Can
that.
he, like, hit you?
It can hit you, but like
He uses
you have a
more
lot of
magic
Pokemon.
stuff than
Oh.
Yeah, but if you
physical attack.
have dragons, you can't do shit against it.
Oh.
It sucks.
You'd think as dragons you'd be able to do something.
Yeah.
So, anyways,
Yeah.
our next story comes from Am I the Asshole? Am I the asshole for telling my friend that I've accidentally been sleeping with her fiance?
How does that?
I think I know how it acts. I know how this happens.
Yeah.
Well, I guess she. Well, I guess she has to not.
No,
He's never
Have
met.
never
He's
met
never
the
met the
fiancé?
fiance.
Sure.
It has to be that,
Let's see.
or it's like a.
My first reaction was like, maybe they don't mean like sleeping in the intimacy sense. They mean sleeping in like literally sleeping. That's the only place my brain can go where it's like, I guess that'd be a weird accident, but sure. I don't know how you accidentally. I mean, I guess if you don't know who they are, but that's messy. If that's the case, that's very messy.
If there was like, okay, hold on. If there was like a gay person that had like a straight alter ego, or a straight person that had a gay alter
Welcome,
ego.
Hydrain. I don't
mean,
know.
I feel like people.
I guess we'll find
A lot
out.
of gay people did that for a while at the beginning of
But
their
at the same
lives.
time, oh.
Hoo boy, that's a hell of a title. I'm aware. I don't really know how to start this, so I'll just get into it. I'll preface this by saying that I, 22-year-old man, am very, very gay. I was in high school when I met this friend, and she was the cool older kid the year above me. For all intents and purposes, we'll call her Sienna, 23-year-old woman. Now, after high school, I went to an out-of-state college while Sienna went to the local uni. We kind of lost touch other than the obligatory happy birthday and Merry Christmas texts. So you can imagine my surprise when I got a text from my mom a few months ago saying that a wedding invitation from Sienna had gotten delivered to my parents' house. Sure enough, a quick text to the lucky lady confirmed that she was getting married. Her longtime partner, Marcus, 25-year-old man, had finally proposed. A summer wedding right in my hometown, right when I and some of our other friends would be back in town from uni. I was invited to one of the pre-wedding girls' nights because my life is that of the two-dimensional comic relief gay side character, I guess. And we got wasted.
Unfortunate.
Like the kind of drunk where logic isn't even in the same dimension. So when the topic of other people in the girl squad's relationships came up, like the genius I was, I whipped out my phone to show them the hot guy I've been hooking up with as just a dumb summer fling, who turned out to be Marcus.
Yeah.
Oh God, it is messy. Oh God. Oh God.
Yes! This is what I want to see.
Kill me now to save me from the mortification. Rightfully so, Sienna lost her shit. Fair. No criticism from me, but then she turned on me and started blaming me for ruining her wedding. For clarification, because I'm sure this will come up in the comments, no, the wedding invitation did not have any photos on it. It was one of those minimalist designs with over-the-top calligraphy. That's it. Her socials only feature her. I had no way of knowing what he looked like. I don't personally think I was at fault here, but...
Girl, the fact that you're instantly blaming your friend and not the man who is hooking up and cheating behind your back with other men, girl.
Here is where I think I messed up. I very loudly, and to the entire club, drunkenly said, "It's not my fault your cheating fiance likes getting his back blown out, Sienna."
Hey. we had a little fun with that one.
I like it. Add a little spice.
Put a little sauce
Oh
on
my
it.
god.
I feel
Put a little sauce.
I feel absolutely awful. I don't want to be the other woman, technically guy, but you get it. And I certainly don't want to hurt a friend like that. I've tried apologizing 1,000 times, but she's not interested in talking to me, which I totally get. When confronted, he confessed to not only hooking up with me, but also 8 different.
Oh my god. No, you need to stop blaming this man right now. He saved your ass. That is, one person is enough and already disgraceful. 8 different guys behind your back as you're planning a wedding, and it got so far that you're having gatherings with your friends. You're like, right, this is right before the wedding happens, and you, oh my god. Oh my god, it's so messy.
Different guys over the course of their 4-year relationship. The wedding's been called off. Am I the asshole?
No, you saved her. Like, she's in the thick of her feelings right now. She's probably gonna blame you for a long while, but you saved her. You saved her from a very toxic and tumultuous marriage. You saved her.
No. Okay.
He is.
So he's not asking if he's the asshole for sleeping with the fiance.
Right.
He's asking for
Saying that line?
well, I guess
It's not
he
his
says,
fault.
He says,
that-
I don't think I personally, I don't think I'm at fault here. But here is where I think I messed up. I very
Okay,
loudly at the club said, it's not my fault your cheating fiance likes getting his back blown out, Sienna. It's for saying that he's
If
asking.
she's coming after him,
They're also drunk.
all he's saying is it's not my fault that your boyfriend likes this. Well, that is not asshole behavior. That is
Right.
saying stop coming after me
Yeah.
because you're mad at your boyfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair.
He's not said anything.
Right.
There's no insult. There's no.
Absolutely. He's
just
not,
fact.
He's not the asshole. Marcus is, and it's wide open.
Nice.
Thank you.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
They're also so drunk. He's like, we are both trash. We're at a party. We just revealed some shocking information.
Yeah.
I mean, whoa.
Yikes. Yikaroni.
Verdict, not the asshole.
Absolutely.
Comments, yikes. You helped her dodge a bullet for sure. She's
Yeah.
just upset now. But I hope that someday she realizes it was all for the best, not the asshole. Someone said, not the
Exactly.
asshole because how were you to know? I do feel sorry for Sienna, though. Someone said she needs a scapegoat for her pain and betrayal, and you were sitting right there. What you said might have been a bit over the top, but truth nonetheless. Let her be and step back and don't feel bad. You're the innocent party in this cluster. Whew.
True.
Wow.
Very real and true.
Oh my God.
Also, I love that they were like, I'm just going to call this woman Sienna.
Yeah.
They're like,
What a
for the
beautiful
sake
name.
of this video, I'm going to call this woman a beautiful name.
I know. I was like, a good choice.
Yeah.
We usually get the
Yeah.
same like names over and over again, but that was a good one. Good poll.
Wow.
It was not Finn and Jake.
No, we had Finn and Jake in the last
That's
one.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Our next story. Am I the asshole? Am I the
Again.
asshole for telling our family and friends that my best friend has herpes because she outed me as a lesbian?
Whoa.
Okay. So this is like a revenge story. All right. I at 25.
Okay, it's this seems like it's gonna be a doozy. I'll be right back so I can let Minnie outside again.
25-year-old woman and my...
Okay, I'm back.
All right. I, a 25-year-old woman, and my best friend, Emma, 26-year-old woman, have been friends since elementary school, and I honestly thought of her as a sister. We tell each other everything. Went to the same college, and even though we have 2 different jobs, we work in the same area. Emma was my rock for years as I battled self-hate and depression due to growing up in a small conservative town as not only a person of color, but as a closeted lesbian. Emma did not know I was a lesbian, just knew that I was unhappy, never staying long in relationships, self-isolation, and later I developed anorexia. Emma was the one who suggested we go to an out-of-state college and later suggested we move out of state too. I've gotten much better since then, and for that, I genuinely thank her. About 2 years ago, Emma contracted herpes from some guy she slept with, and it has been very hard for her to land a boyfriend since then, and it's made her very lonely. She hasn't told her family or friends about it because she doesn't want to be seen as gross. Due to this, I haven't really put myself in the dating field and have put off coming out. Although, about 6 months ago, I met this girl at a craft store. Long curly hair. Long curly hair, dressed in all black with big eyeliner and ruby lipstick. I couldn't stop staring at her, and I admit when she smiled at me, I kind of followed her around the store. I know, creepy. I eventually worked up the courage to just ask for her number, and she gave it to me.
That's awesome.
I was so excited. I started texting her that night, and since then, we have been hanging out a ton, and I think she likes me back.
Yay, cutie.
And I think she likes me back. I was going to ask her out, but since I live with Emma, I decided I should come out since I will be bringing her around if the girl says yes. So after work, I sat her down and told her I was a lesbian. I told her all the anguish I went through growing up because of my self-hate, how I wish I could have told her earlier, but I never found the right time. But now that I was in love with someone, I felt like I should tell her that she was the one person I trusted with this information. She just stared at me in shock for a few seconds, and then her face turned from shock to disgust. She jumped back and accused me of being a pervert and how I was gross.
Oh my god. No! This story was so cute. Why are you ruining it with homophobia? No!
For being around her so much knowing I was gay, even mentioning how she's gotten changed around me and I'm no better than some creepy man. I tried explaining I had no romantic feelings for her and I honestly had a crush on someone else. She wouldn't buy it and locked herself in her room. Later, my phone started ringing off the hook, and to my surprise, there were tons of messages from my family and our friend group either calling me homophobic.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. No. No.
Slurs or asking if it was true that I liked Emma. My mother even called to scream at me a few times, and apparently I'm disowned.
I didn't think it was possible to get more furious than I was in that first story, but I feel my soul leaving my body in rage. Oh my god. 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 Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god. I want to go back to the craft store. Oh my god.
I started banging on the door and told her why the hell she outed me to everyone, and she just started calling me a pervert again.
Jesus
so I was like, oh, okay,
Christ.
fine. You want to play? Fine. I had a pic of her diagnosis and sent it to her parents and our friend group. According to the only friend who didn't crap on me, people are talking more about Emma than me because she still shares stuff even though she has herpes. Now they are grossed out and are accusing her of trying to infect them with her diseases, along with some slut.
All of these people are awful. All of these people, I don't necessarily think OP is awful. I understand the anger. Not that doing this is justified. They're just two evils don't make a good, you know? But like, Jesus Christ. What terrible people. Holy shit.
Shaming. Now I'm looking for a new apartment and I'm still planning to ask the girl out this week, but I was told by Emma's parents that I ruined her reputation and labeled their daughter as a dirty hoe.
I gotta be honest, this is an Am I the Asshole post. Everyone sucks here. Like, I think OP is the least evil out of everyone, but like everybody fucking sucks here. This is an awful situation all around. This is ridiculous. Holy shit.
I feel bad, but I felt like she deserved it. Though I know that a disease and sexuality are two different things, so I'm wondering if I was really wrong to do that.
Damn.
That's messy.
Damn. Honestly,
yeah, it's
who I
messy
think are
all
the
around.
who I think are the assholes are just kind of all of her family and friends who immediately like, oh my god.
As a lesbian, okay, I won't lie to you. I've been outed. I've dealt with like the perverted lesbian stereotypes being thrown at me. It sucks. It's awful. It is the worst feeling in the entire fucking world to deal with that shit. Just an absolute cascade of people dogpiling you simply for being gay and assuming the absolute most vile things you can about a person solely because you are gay. And it's sadly incredibly common. Many gay people go through it. It doesn't matter like your gender or anything. If you're gay, you've dealt with at least one person in your life assuming disgusting and vile things about you solely on the basis that you're gay. It sucks. But at the same time, like, I understand the motive here. I understand the logic of how we got here. However, again, you're just stooping to the same level, which doesn't benefit anyone. And like, I don't, it's not a good look, because clearly these people were going to think ill of you no matter what, because they're homophobic pieces of shit. They don't give a fuck about your true nature at all. They have their stereotypes in their heads and they're gonna think that regardless of what you do. However, when they already think that ill of you, you are just basically in their twisted minds affirming that you are actually just the piece of shit that they think you are because you did something that is on the same level as what happened to you. Like, it's two evils fighting against each other. It's just, I don't think this is a situation where anyone is innocent. I think there's a situation where there's at least a lesser evil and super evil, but like the lesser evil stooped to the more evil's level, so it's, oh my god, Jesus Christ.
You had a
Yeah, they're giving-
you were surrounded by awful people.
Yeah.
Oh.
What's it called when mob mentality?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good way to put it.
I feel bad. I mean, it's the sad thing is it sounds like this was what was going to happen no matter what. Like, she was stuck. And I think that's probably why she was so miserable. She probably knew that like nobody in her life was gonna like be on her side.
Yeah. It also sucks when like someone has a friend that they like, because I know people who have come out to their, same sex friend, and they're like, oh, so you've wanted to fuck me all along.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, what?
Yeah, it's also, that's just kind of conceited. That's just like, that's just a bit conceited to just automatically assume. And it's only for gay people and bi people. It's like, oh, so you've always wanted to fuck me, and it's like, or like, oh, you wanna fuck every single person you see, or fuck every single same-sex person you see, and it's like, no, you don't assume that's how straightness works. Why are you assuming that's how gayness works? Why are you assuming that solely because someone's gay or bisexual or just simply not straight, that they want to fuck every single person on the planet? You do realize that some of us are gay and ace, right? I don't want to fuck anybody. Like, I don't know. It's it's the most aggravating, persisting stereotype, because people will be like, oh, if you're bisexual, then you're selfish because you want everyone to yourself, and it's like not how it works, actually. They're just vibing. But okay.
Like that, I've seen
Exactly, it's
multiple of
exhausting,
those.
yeah.
It's like, why do you think it's all about you?
Yeah.
It sucks when that happens. It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it's a very odd sudden change. Like, 'cause I've heard straight guys say that, right? Where it's like, well, I just don't want them hitting on me. It's like, why are you suddenly so hot?
They didn't do that before.
Like, why are you like?
Yeah, why are you the hottest person
you
ever
complain
now?
about no women being into you, but now suddenly every guy though.
Right.
Like, I know I'm every guy's type. So that's clearly, it's just like, it's funny that it suddenly becomes that.
It's so bizarre.
Yeah, this is deeply sad.
And the revenge of it all, it just never is that satisfying. Like,
I think, like, in reading it, my initial reaction is like, because feeling the emotion.
Yeah, again, I understand where OP is coming from. I understand the logic of how you got there, but it's two wrongs don't make a right, two evils don't make a good. I hope you feel better, Ruby.
Like, she has bottled this up her whole life. She has this extremely vulnerable moment, and the absolute worst thing happens back to her.
Absolute worst thing.
So she lashes out and gets revenge. I mean, in my eyes, I'm just like, yeah,
I don't blame her
that is
for
the
that.
response. That is the response that's going to happen.
It's not great, but I understand the reaction.
Yeah, because, like, both of those things in a vacuum, horrible thing to do, right? To out someone for a disease that they have, or outing someone for their sexuality. The verdict is everyone sucks here.
Yeah, agreed.
And I'm curious. I want to read the comments because I'm sure there's, like, nuance to that.
Yeah.
Like we're saying. Someone says, everyone sucks here, but you suck less than the others.
Yeah.
Emma is the asshole for outing you, and Emma's family are assholes for saying contracting herpes makes her a dirty hoe. You retaliated against Emma in a way that you knew would hurt her, which is perfectly understandable, but still an asshole move.
Yeah.
She blew up your life, though, and that's not fair at all. I know you'll be okay. Hearing slurs from your family and friends is terrible, and I'm sorry that happened, but they've revealed themselves as assholes.
Yeah.
They were, I think, the worst out of everyone.
Yeah, by far, yeah.
They find out the information about her, they immediately throw slurs at her. Then they find out the information about...
And also disown her. Her mom calls her to scream at her and disowns her. Like, yeah, no, the family here is the worst of the worst, but, like, everyone does suck here. I completely agree with that verdict. That would
and
be
they immediately
mine.
start throwing out the meanest things. I'm like, God, what the hell is wrong with all of
Where's
you?
the love?
Holy shit.
Bored people.
Someone else said, I can see why you did what you did. I'm sorry how much Emma has hurt you, but it will get better once you move out and cut her from your life. Good luck on your date with the girl. Lastly, someone said, not the asshole. I find it very interesting that her first reaction was disgust about you possibly being attracted to her, which is so typically ignorant. She even told your friends that you're into her. Like, how narcissistic is that? Newsflash, lesbians aren't attracted to every woman they see, and bisexuals aren't attracted to everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
This also reminds me of that episode of Survivor years ago. There's this gay guy, and they were at tribal council, and they were gonna vote him out. And he was like, you can vote me out, but I can't remember who his name was, but he was like, Jesse is lying. Jesse's trans. And everyone's just like,
I've seen this clip.
and he outed him as trans right there, and they were like, okay, you can't do that. And they didn't even vote. They were just like, you've got to go. You just outed someone on TV.
I've seen that clip.
Yikes.
That clip is
shocking.
Wild. It's gooped, it's gagged.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Didn't they? I feel like there was a huge follow-up on that.
It
like
was.
Jeff Probst and everything, like, had a big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like, this is a safe space.
A small little thing I wanted to add. I feel like I've heard about this, of just, like, she meets this girl, they're texting, it's, like, very clear she likes her, but it's like, oh, we're gonna go on dates. I wonder if she likes me.
It's like, clearly she does.
Yeah, it's very
It's
true
very
to the
sweet.
gay
She texts me back every
experience.
time. I hope she likes me.
Yeah.
She says she thinks I'm really cute and wants to be in a relationship with me. So what are we?
Yeah.
Update.
Oh my God.
We'll see what this is. This
They're
morning,
married.
Emma's parents were at my door. They flew out because Emma is refusing to step back into our apartment. So I let them come inside because I wasn't about to hold Emma's stuff hostage, but I did something stupid. See, they didn't really want to speak to me, which was fine, but I decided to just wait in my room until they left. Emma and I have an emergency fund that had about $5,000 in it. I put roughly 2.7K. They took it, the entire thing. Once I noticed, I called them to give me back my money because not all of it is hers, and they told me that because I earn more than Emma, this was compensation for ruining her reputation. I was like, so is it okay that she tried to screw me over first? Their response, Emma did not choose this disease, you choose yours.
How did it get worse? How did these people manage to get even worse than they already were? I don't even have the energy to bitch anymore. Jesus Christ.
These are the worst people on the planet. I didn't even respond to that. I just hung up. Honestly, I don't even care. They didn't take anything else other than the money. I genuinely don't want to see them anymore. Emma also has been cut off from her siblings because they have kids and she was kissing the babies without letting the parents know of her diagnosis.
Fuck, Emma?
God.
She also
Holy
usually was
shit.
not taking proper precautions during active outbreaks, so yeah. Now, none of her siblings want her around them because they feel betrayed. Though on a lighter note, Ruby and I are officially dating.
Yay!
Something positive.
Yay! Gays win!
We went out to a fancy Thai spot, watched a movie, and then I took her to the water at the edge of the city. I had some stupid playlists set up. I was trying to tone it down, but I couldn't. I was too excited. I told her how beautiful I thought she was, how I enjoyed spending time with her, and if she was okay with it, if I could take her out on a date sometime. I had a whole speech prepared, but one of the comments told me I should be simple to not scare her.
Oh, hush.
She laughed at me. She said this was the first date. So that was a yes. I dropped her off at her house and she gave me a kiss before she left, and I'm so happy. I've never kissed a girl before. Guys, like, shreds a bunch of like stuff. So yeah, I actually give zero craps about the money. I just want them out so I can start my new life. Anyway, that was all.
Happy
Thanks a lot for the advice and
gay.
support. That was a whole lot.
That was a lot of bullshit, but happy gay ending. Happy pride. I love gay people. Gays win. I love when gays win.
Awful, and she got through it.
Yeah.
Damn.
You don't want to have to go through a heavy change like that all at once, but on the other side, it's brighter regardless. So
Yeah.
I hope she and this other person do more crafts and cute shit.
And I
together.
feel like
Yeah.
there's some magic with the money leaving. It's just like, just take
It's
it.
like, yeah, it's gone.
I'm paying
You
it
release-
off.
it's released.
Gone.
Yes.
It's gone.
Yes.
I'm
It's one of
released
those.
from this. I paid for that.
I
Yep.
do kind of respect her for that because it's one of those things where like something's so unfair and it's like you're letting these shitty people steal from you, but it's like she's kind of choosing herself in
Yeah.
this situation
Yes.
and going, you know what, I deserve to put this all away.
And you're releasing yourself from negative interaction and
Yeah.
more negative
Yep.
impact. You're just like, it's gone now.
yeah, and you know the hope is
Yeah, I'm
like,
so happy. That's a beautiful. What a beautiful story to have together. That's such a. My gay heart is full and fluttering for them. I love happy gay stories. That's the most adorable meet cute I've ever heard in my life. Oh my gosh. Fuck all of those people, but at least she's happy and gay.
in her new life, she's now going to now be able to create a much
Yeah.
better world around
Now
her.
she can.
Absolutely.
Now that she's out and everyone who is gonna be shitty to her about it is out of her life and she never has to see these people again and she can live happily and gaily and openly. Beautiful. I'm glad it had a happy ending because what a shit show before that. We needed a happy ending to that story because it was rough getting there.
Whew.
Wow.
So these people are
Also, like I will say I don't think there's no justification for either of the initial actions that were taking place here. There's no justification for outing someone. There's no justification for outing someone having a diagnosis. However, super duper big yikes towards the Emma person for like you should have disclosed that yourself. When you have a spreadable disease and you're kissing your siblings' children? I don't care what the disease you have is, even if it's just a small cough. If you are infectious to other people and you're not informing those other people that you have an infectious disease that could spread to them, and not taking any precautions on your own, like I can't, I don't think that like demonizing her for having this disease, because it clearly they were centering more around the disease itself rather than the bad actions that she committed. But it's like, at the same time, I'd be fucking furious if I found out that like someone was near me and kissing my children when they have a disease that could spread to them and they just don't give a fuck and they didn't inform me, they didn't warn me. Like, yeah, no, you're never coming near my children again. Oh my god, what pieces of work.
Those are
That is
demon people.
absolute
That's
monsters.
wild.
Oh my god.
She's so
every
much
step
better
of
off
the
without
way.
all of these
Yeah,
pieces of
that's
shit.
rough.
Wow. Damn. But I think it goes without saying, obviously, as people should be not ashamed of their sexuality. At the same time, I think it should also be said, as far as like STDs and stuff, it's like, especially in Emma's case, although I don't want to defend Emma as a human, it's not her fault for what she had, and it's not anyone's fault, and they shouldn't be ashamed of it. So I feel like that goes.
But
Or
they should be
ashamed for
taking
it.
precautions.
They should be. They should be
Exactly.
taking precautions,
Practicing safe.
absolutely, as with any disease. But man,
Damn.
wow, damn.
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 All right, next story.
Here we go.
Some Padkey Mao, some Tom Kaw.
I know. Actually, OP's the asshole for mentioning Thai food.
Yeah.
When I'm really hungry.
Yeah.
Okay. Next one comes from relationship advice. My son and his friend are a couple. How do I let them know it's okay? Hello, Reddit.
I'm not pausing for anger or disbelief. I'm pausing because I'm so happy. This is finally a happy title immediately. Finally.
Please bear with me regarding my formatting and things. I have read the rules and things, but I'm an old fart who is rather on the wrong side of 40, so I'm not overly well versed in the art of efficient interneting. My boy is 20 years old. He's absolutely my pride and joy, and there's nothing he could do that would ever make me love him less. For the first half of his life, I regrettably wasn't involved very much. His mother and I parted ways when he was just a few months old, and at the time, I was struggling with heroin addiction and was absolutely not as present in his life as I should have been, nor was I suited to fatherhood at all. I saw him at most 2 or 3 times a year for the first 12 years of his life. I won't discuss details because that's his private story to tell, but when he was 12, he revealed to me that he was being badly mistreated at the hands of his mother and her boyfriend. Despite not being the best father at the time, I didn't want my boy suffering anymore, so I got myself cleaned up and sorted out in order to get full custody of him. I've effectively been a single and sober father ever since, and he has little to no contact with his mother. He's everything a man could want his son to be. He's uniquely kind and fiercely loyal. He's unflinchingly brave. He's incredibly generous, and despite the horrors he suffered as a child, he's unfailingly positive and sunny to the last. Somehow I, of all people, was bestowed with the honor of watching him grow from a sweet young boy to the greatest man I have ever known. I cannot stress enough my pride in him. When he was 18, he got accepted into a top-ranking university on the other side of the country. I was sad to see him go, but simultaneously overjoyed that he got into his first choice and was starting a new chapter in his life. He comes home once every other month, and on the months he doesn't come home, I go to visit him. He's doing well in uni, has made lots of friends, and seems incredibly happy there, which I'm obviously chuffed about. Since his second year, he's lived with his friend in a flat off campus. I've strongly suspected since his early teens that my son is gay, and I now more or less have confirmation that this is true and that his friend is actually his boyfriend. So for this COVID-19 faff, my son decided he'd rather come home and quarantine at mine than stay at his uni flat. His friend, however, would be left alone if my son came back, as he's a Canadian and his family are back over there. And I gather he doesn't have the best relationship with them anyway. He asked if it would be okay if his friend tagged along to my house, and I said, of course, no problem. They've been back at mine for about 6 weeks now. They think they're being subtle, I know, but I've caught them doing coupley things on several occasions now. The friend has slipped up a couple of times and called my son babe and sweetie in front.
Oh, the happy gay people. That's my favorite thing in the world. I love gay people. Oh.
Of me, which I pretended not to notice for the sake of saving embarrassment. There have been nights where we'll be watching a film with the lights off and, thinking I can't see, my son will have his arm around the friend. One day, I walked into the lounge and I'm positive they'd just been kissing and were trying to cover it, though I admit I have no confirmation on that one. The most solid evidence, however, came a few mornings ago. I get up very early to go for runs in the morning, hence why I'm making a Reddit post at 5 in the morning, haha. As far as I was told, my son was sleeping in his childhood room and his friend was in the guest room. I don't know what possessed me to do so, but on Tuesday morning, I cracked my son's door open to check on him, like I used to when he was a kid. Lo and behold, they're both asleep, snuggled up together, in my son's bed. That's more or less solidified for me that they're together. I didn't say anything, just shut the door and went for my run, and I haven't mentioned it to them yet.
Oh my god, I'm so happy we finally have a wholesome gay story. I love it. Oh my god, it's truly my favorite thing in the world. It brings me so much peace and warmth and happiness. I love happy gay people stories. My gay heart is so full.
Yeah. What I want advice on is this. How do I let my son and his boyfriend know that I'm okay with them being a couple and they don't have to feel like they have to sneak around in my house? I want them to be comfortable here, and I want them to know I support them both no matter what. Or is that not a good idea? Am I better off leaving it alone and waiting until they tell me themselves, if they ever do? I obviously don't want to force either of them out of the closet, but at the same time, I hate feeling as if they feel like they're being forced into the closet in my house. What's my best course of action here?
That's really...
This whole story is so pure. I mean, not the part about his son having to be parted from his mother because of the abuse. That's very tragic. Which I feel like I would wonder if maybe he never came out because of stuff that they might have said. I wouldn't put it past that kind of abuse, especially because it seems like it was the mother and the boyfriend. But like, now he has a boyfriend and he's happy and they cuddle and they kiss and they call each other babe and sweetie, and it's, oh my god, my heart is full. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I can't wait to see where this goes.
That's a sweet,
It's really
sweet situation.
I have what I would do.
Okay.
And this is not, I don't feel like this is normal, but I would love if it were done to me. It's like this. If he knows, he knows, right? And they probably don't want to sneak around.
Sure.
Right, they want to be liberated from
They
this.
want to be liberated in the right way.
I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of like, if I had a friend who like didn't know that I was gay myself and they were trying to navigate how to come out to me, how I would go about acknowledging that I can tell, or like they're not being as subtle about it as they think they are. I feel like I would just be straight up like, hey, you don't have to be like secretive about it. Like it's okay. I accept you. It's okay to be gay. Like you don't have to feel like you need to hide it. If you're not comfortable having that conversation with me yet, then that's completely fine. But like if that's what's going on, I don't want you to feel like you have to be secretive and keep this part of yourself away from me. Like it's okay. We can talk about it if you want to and if you're ready. But I just don't want you to feel like you have to sneak around and not acknowledge who you really are around me. This is a safe space. I promise. This is a safe space. I am a safe person to come out to. I will not nothing will change about how I feel about you, except that I'll be happier knowing that you're fully yourself and that you know you can be fully yourself around me. I think I would probably just try to prioritize, like, if you're ready and if you're comfortable, you can confirm. And if I'm out of line, please do tell me. But also, like, it's okay. And I accept you. And I love you. You know?
So it's like a casual, like, wait, you guys would make a really cute couple.
Funny.
That's actually so
You guys,
smart.
have you,
You guys
thought
really
about,
get along.
have you thought about dating? Like, why haven't you thought about that? Turn it right about on and make it that the normal is you guys are so close. Why aren't you dating?
Yeah, it's so obvious and natural to me as your dad. That,
Yeah.
I have nothing.
Because you would do that because my parents would always do that with me and girlfriends that I had around.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you guys date? Well, then why can't you do the same thing with the two boys?
That's an interesting.
Yeah.
I like that.
I think that
I
just
would-
to
I
tag
think that's
on
a
that,
nice strategy,
have
yeah.
that conversation with just your son.
Yes.
You know, like let the son go to the boyfriend and be like, hey, my dad said that we should be dating. Isn't that hilarious? So I guess we're chill. You know, as opposed to including the
Yes,
third
that's
party
good.
he doesn't really know the family as much.
Sure.
And yeah, I was thinking that's way better than my idea. My idea was just going to be like, hey, you know, I got a gift card to Outback Steakhouse, and I figured you two could, you know, go on a date night or whatever, because I'm not going to go. I'm allergic to onions. Make some shit up. I don't know. But just be like, you know, send them on a date to be like, wait, what? You know, it's like, you know,
Yeah.
just to be like, yeah,
Yeah,
I,
I
don't
mean,
care.
just
I don't know.
normalizing it. Like, I still think it's important to acknowledge. Because, like, I think Love, Simon, I think, has my favorite coming out scenes in media because of the parents. I think the scenes that happen with the parents in Love, Simon are very, very sorely needed and very comforting coming out scenes to watch. Like, as a person who didn't get that, I think about those scenes a lot and I lean on them because I didn't get to experience that. So it's nice to experience it through media. I think those are also good examples to, like, point them to if you have any media off the top of your head of, like, conversations that have happened in movies and stuff that are comforting and also accepting. That's very important if you are trying to make sure that your kid knows that you do accept them. That's also a way to kind of deal with that conversation, you know? Or maybe you could just straight up suggest to them to watch the fucking movie and then be like, that's how I feel about you. Those parents in that movie, that's how I feel about you. And then you don't have to have the conversation at all.
Just give any sign to be like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some tactfulness.
Yeah. Or like order some Pokemon cards and get them in pink envelopes and be like, aren't these envelopes awesome?
Aren't they?
The best?
The best.
Aren't they the best and really cool? Comments, you're an awesome dad. I'm so glad you were able to clean up your life and become such an amazing father to your son. I hope he knows and sees that too. I'm a lesbian and I can totally relate. You could also write a letter addressed to him if you wish. I think that would be really sweet and I would keep it forever if I were him. Thanks for being one of the good ones. Someone said, first, congrats on cleaning yourself up and being there for your son. Keep being strong. Most of the comments here are great, and I think any of them would be fine. Just reassure your son it's okay and that you'll love him no matter his sexuality. My friend's dad left his son a sticky note for him to find that just said he loves him and approves of his boyfriend because he's such a gentleman. LOL.
Aww.
I think reassurance is best, but I love everyone else's comments. Lastly, someone said, if you like his boyfriend, it sounds like you do, then I'd say something like, I hope you know that boyfriend's name is always welcome in our family. It's clear he really cares about you, and having people like that in our lives is so important. If you're feeling up to it, just add, I just want you to know that you two are more than welcome to share a bedroom here if you prefer. Update.
Oh,
Yay!
I'm gonna cry probably.
That
Me
is
too.
also another subtle way of just being like, oh, do you guys want to just like share a bedroom? Like, just throwing it out there.
Put a
where
bowl
you're
of
not-
condoms
you're
in
not
there for you.
Also, I just need you to know, just for reference, there's a nightstand in the bedroom, and the first drawer does have condoms if you need them.
Update. I want to top this off with a big thank you to everyone who left such lovely, thoughtful comments. I honestly didn't expect so many people to see this post. I was thinking maybe an absolute maximum of 100 people, and even that seemed like loads. It was lovely to hear back from so many of you.
I'm sorry, the top and then the loads, I can't.
He's over 40. He doesn't get the lingo.
Yeah, sorry.
man.
I'm over 40. I don't know what the internet is. It was lovely to hear back from so many of you, and I'm forever grateful for the fantastic advice most of you gave. Also overjoyed by my new adopted Reddit children. Haha, you're all doing amazing, and I'm very proud of all of you. Also, big thanks to all of the lovely people who sent me such sweet messages of...
What a lovely person. This man is so... Oh my god, the pinnacle of an ally. The fact that he cleaned himself up just to take care of his son. What a strong and beautiful person. Holy shit.
support, and to those of you who reached out to me because you felt you needed someone to talk to. If anyone else feels that way and is in need of dadly advice, do feel free to give me a message and I will do my best to help out. Okay, you all want me to shut up and tell you what happened. My son was busy with some assignments both for his freelancing job and his uni work most of the day, and I didn't want to disturb him, so I waited until after dinner to chat. Friend went to a bath while my son and I watched telly. I told him face to face, son, I love you very much. You don't have to tell me anything you don't want to, but I want you and friend to feel comfortable being yourselves in my house, and you don't ever need to hide anything from me, all right? Well, it turns out a hell of a lot of you were right. Son burst out laughing and said, oh, thank God. I reckoned you'd clicked on, but didn't say anything because I didn't want to make you feel weird. Basically, we've each been pussyfooting around the topic because neither of us wanted to make the other uncomfortable talking about it. We had a bit of a chat, and he confirmed that I'm right in thinking they've been together since their first year of uni, and that's why they moved in together in second year. However, apparently I'm not as brilliant and intuitive as I thought, because apparently one of his friends in secondary school was his boyfriend for a year, and I had absolutely no idea. He went and talked to the boyfriend after his bath, and then we all had a bit of a further chat. Sadly, a lot of you are right that the reason boyfriend doesn't have a good relationship with his parents is because he came out to them a few years ago, and they effectively disowned him. So I made sure he knows that he's part of our family now. Sorry if that isn't all as exciting and groundbreaking as some of you had hoped. I'm glad this is something my boy no longer feels he has to keep from me, and I'm very glad he's happy with his partner. Thank you all again for the help.
That was so... Oh my god. I needed that. I needed that soul cleanse after the fuckery that we've been dealing with in this episode. Holy shit, what a beautiful story all around. Gays win! I love them. They're probably the sweetest couple on earth. What a wholesome story. Oh my gosh.
It's beautiful.
That was great.
Oh, man. That makes me think of that story that destroyed me.
Jesus, yeah.
Dads being proud of their sons.
I know.
Such a wholesome story.
Oh, man.
Also, just, again, like, what an incredible father. Like, he saw that his son was in trouble and being mistreated by his ex-wife and her current boyfriend, and he said, you know what? I'm going to get my shit together, I'm going to clean myself up, and I'm going to get custody of my son, and I'm going to give him the best life ever that he deserves. And he did that. And he's continuing to do that and being an incredible father and person all around. I am so proud of him. I've never met this man, but I adore him with all my heart, and I hope that he has nothing but good days ahead of him. What a beautiful, beautiful person. Holy shit.
What a perfect ending.
It's great. It's great.
It's really great.
However, I've had multiple relationships, and one of the hardest parts sometimes is when they're accepted into my family, and then things go sour, and it's like, they're always welcome. Are they coming home? I'm like, no, bitch. That hoe is not coming home.
I think that's understood on the behalf of the relationship. It's like, as long as this relationship, because it's like,
it's under the same rules as any relationship then, you know? It's like, oh, they're welcome into our family.
True.
Until you decide it's not.
They're not.
You decide they're not.
That's so awesome.
Oh, man.
Oh my god, so beautiful.
But great story.
Great.
We gave people my favorite thing in the
All right,
entire
our
world.
next story. Am I overreacting? This comes from Am I Overreacting? Am I overreacting? I, a 25-year-old woman, think my boyfriend, a 33-year-old man, is lying to me and is gay with his best friend. We are set to get married soon.
All right, we didn't even really get to stew in the purity. We're just right back to doozies of bullshit, okay?
We've been together for 3 years. We have great sex. He tells me he loves me. He wants kids. And he tells me it's just a joke and they do this because it's funny. His best friend, we'll call him Tyler for the sake of this post, and him talk sexual to each other all the time. I've seen over his shoulder.
Uh-oh. We're in for a mess. Oh no.
Text saying things like, "I'ma pound your ass so hard it's gonna hurt to walk days after."
Oh, that,
Oh my god.
what?
And I have seen photos of both of them sending pictures of their dicks.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm in disbelief. The title of this post being like, I think, and then it's like they've sent dick pics to each other, and they said, I'm gonna fucking raw you. Subtlety has left the building. Subtlety just is not real anymore. I can't. I'm in tears. Oh my god. I feel so bad for her. That's crazy.
I was snooping last night. I know I shouldn't do that. But Tyler sent my fiance a photo of his boner a couple days ago, and my fiance said, "Nice dick, bro."
Oh my god. I'm in pain.
And things like, "Too bad I'm not gay or I'd suck that hog." Like, it almost seems like they are joking, but sending actual pictures of their dicks. Like, multiple times, and both of them hard. Talking like this pretty regularly. Am I overreacting? Please help.
hilarious.
Please
I can't. Oh my god, my back hurts. Please help. Please help. Am I overreacting? I can't. Nice dick, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god.
We are set to get married soon, and I'm worried he's cheating on me with Tyler. Edit, I don't have a problem with him being gay. I have a problem with him cheating on me.
That is so crazy.
That is so. I mean, like, I feel for her, okay? It's not funny that she's in this position. It's just the text. I cannot believe he's just texting these conversations in front of his fiance. I can't. Oh, hey, babe, good morning. Oh, yeah. By the way, nice dick, bro.
That's wild. Too bad I'm not gay. I would suck that hog, dude. Dude.
I mean, it is a funny bit if they actually are straight.
It is a funny.
It's funny.
Really
I will say, as a person who's watched like a lot of different like dude duos and stuff. It's not like I've never heard of straight guys genuinely interacting like that with each other. Like dead ass. I've heard of like guys who have been friends for years and years, or they're super close, and sometimes they just fucking send dick pics to each other and compliment each other on their anatomy, and it's completely normal, and they act really gay to each other, but they don't have any feelings for each other. They're just they just show affection, and it's great. Actually, it's great that they feel like they can show affection that way to their friends. But I can't imagine, even with that knowledge, being in this position is crazy. I can't.
It's so funny that I have a college friend who sent like a full a full frontal nude, but it was like medical, and it was very like.
Oh my god!
Like, to the group chat, we were like, "Why'd you just send us your?" And he was like, "Ha ha."
What? Yeah, I've had those straight friends before too.
There are people out there who are like, amongst friends, are so comfortable
Yeah.
with each other.
Yeah.
And it's wild for people who aren't, but it's like, hey, that might
That's
be
just
where
how
they're
they are.
at.
All right, let's see. Is he gay? We'll find out.
We have a comment. From how their texts are worded, it kind of sounds as though nothing has happened between them, but both secretly want it to, and they're just testing waters. I don't know. Either way,
That's
I
fair,
would
too.
definitely attempt a completely honest discussion with him about this. I guess it's because like it could all be like. Funny and jokes, it's also a boundary for her that could maybe be like, hey, you are like sending nudes to each other.
Right.
Yeah.
That is pretty extreme. Maybe that makes you feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Babe, it's a joke.
It's a joke.
A conversation does need to be had, obviously.
Yes,
but
definitely.
that's
Someone else said, guys don't send each other pics for fun. Doesn't happen, and I would stand my ground hard on that, and I would let him know that in no way will you ever support cheating of any kind with guys or girls. So if he has feelings, either gay or bi, he better speak now, because if you find proof, it won't go well. I would also ask for a prenup with a cheating clause that covers messages, pics, emotional and physical cheating, with huge penalties if it happens. The pics with his buddy and the gay talk would stop, or the wedding wouldn't happen.
okay. That's a little.
I think that's
extreme.
I don't like just to be like, guys don't do this, because it's kind of falling in line with what we were saying earlier.
Right.
of like,
Yeah.
Well, that's gay, and straight guys don't do that. It's like, I don't know,
You don't
man.
know this guy.
People out
These
there
days-
do all sorts of different things.
Yeah.
You know. Do I also think it's fair if she goes, hey, this makes me uncomfortable?
Sure.
Yeah.
and that's fine
Totally fair.
too.
Totally fair.
I love the like. That's anyway.
Well, last comment. The saying about sucking bit is the type of jokes me and the people I work with make all the time. Only a few that have a stupid sense of humor, though. But the actually seeing each other's is a bit strange and would make me question stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
don't
she's
think
not
she's-
in the wrong to question.
She's not overreacting.
No.
I don't think she's overreacting.
And the same bit can be done without it being your dick. Like you just send a
Yeah.
random dick.
That's true.
And it's like, that's a nice dick. But if it's
He
your
said
dick,
that
it's
so
like, well,
nonchalantly.
you've just sent me your actual
The boner aspect is definitely
the boner aspect.
Yeah,
The boner
sounds like a
aspect.
book. The boner.
the
aspect.
boner aspect by Shane Todd. I'm there on the back of a turtleneck, just like
That's awesome.
A
Shane talks
turtleneck
about
for
the
your neck and a turtleneck for your penis.
From the author of The Boner Method comes the boner aspect. All right, update number 1.
Okay.
Number
Unruly
one, there's
dimension.
multiple.
The boner dimension. Whoa. Whoa!
Okay.
All right. Update number 1. I'm going to play play it cool for a couple days and just keep an eye on their behavior. Tyler is coming over to hang out this coming Tuesday afternoon, and I might say something to gauge their reactions. Not sure what yet, but something to see if they look at each other weird or something. I don't know. I'll update later when I know my plan. I hope this turns out all to be just some big joke between them. A big joke, a big boner.
Yeah.
Dude. Update number 2.
Yes!
Wow. I'll start with that. I didn't say anything when they were together. I was full of anxiety and all in my head, and I just couldn't do it. I brought it up this morning before he left for work. I said something to the nature of, I looked at your phone, and I would love to know why you two are sexting with each other. I'm not comfortable with it, and we need to talk about this. Are you gay or... He literally burst out laughing as I'm tearing up asking this. He says this is all a big joke. He says that this whole thing started because they were making fun of homophobes and people who are insecure with their sexuality, and it went from jokes to full-on pics. He said they talk about how it's so
Okay, honestly, kind of iconic.
funny that seeing a makes you gay, or people find it gross when in fact it's no different than a picture of an ear or a hand. It's a big inside joke because straight men are not supposed to act like this, and people who think that makes you gay or weird are just insecure and childish. He says that it started with just sending pictures of from the internet and eventually led to them sending their own because of the shock value. I literally do not know what to think about this. I told him to stop it now, and he said he would respect that and to not do it anymore. But also said,
Fair.
Also said I need to chill and doesn't like that I looked at his phone. Ugh. I did see him start talking on his phone as he was leaving the driveway, probably bitching about me. Sometimes we read Reddit stories and I'm like, I have never heard a story like this before. I don't know if I ever will again.
Yeah.
I don't, like, if someone told me this, I'm like, I don't know what advice to give you. Man.
I'm glad it's exactly what we expected.
Yeah. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
And, but also fair. They should stop sending to each other, I guess.
A fair boundary.
I guess.
Yeah. But also very funny.
This literally reminds me of my friend.
I love that he's just like, yeah, okay, I'll stop.
Yeah, all right. Stop. Yeah, I can't send him anymore. Gosh.
Damn.
Oh my God.
We need more guys like that, I guess, in the world.
I don't want that.
That is the most chaotic good or
Chaotic good, for
chaotic
sure.
neutral.
Chaotic,
I don't know what. That's just chaotic.
Yeah.
I do like the whole thing of like, it's like an ear.
It's like an ear, man.
It's like,
It's
yeah.
not,
It's
though.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
hard aspect is still what I'm caught up on. I'm like, okay, so you work it up and then send it to your bro.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Work it up.
Work it up and then send it. Wow. All right, our final story. This comes from the Boston Celtics subreddit and Best of Redditor updates.
Okay, a unique Venn diagram.
Yes. Yeah, the
What?
first of its kind. So buckle up, there's going to be multiple parts to this story. The title, Do Trans People Belong at Celtics Games? No!
Like what?
Okay. I'm sorry if this post comes off as negative or selfish, but it truly comes from a genuine place in my heart. I love the Celtics. My obsession with the NBA is pretty new, but I'm seriously honored to live in one of the most legendary basketball dynasties of all time. I want so desperately to go to see them live, but as a trans woman, I have felt, to say the least, unwelcomed by Boston. After some traumatizing events and horror stories towards both me and several friends at sporting events in the area, I have reservations about going to such a high-density game like at TD Garden. I understand that a lot of Native fans have very strong feelings about transgender people, and I don't want to end up on the wrong side of a group of fans who feel extremely justified on their home court. So I just want to know, am I welcome? Do you care? Honestly, would you prefer not to see me? I want honest answers. Even a simple yes or no is fine.
It's just heartbreaking to have to.
It's so heartbreaking. I've never been to Boston, right? I don't know. I also do know, like, sporting events, like, there's a lot of different types of crowds there, and
They're justified in
very
their...
toxic crowds are at games.
Yes.
So this person's asking, am I safe there?
Right.
I feel is what they're asking.
That's more, I think, what's
I
going
think
on.
they know that at a giant arena with tens of thousands of people, there are going to be allies there. but what's the ratio going to be? Is it a safe?
Yeah.
It's so sad. Am I
deeply
allowed
sad.
to exist here?
I know.
That's what you're asking?
Yes.
And they're already saying, like, in Boston, in this city, they've
it's
already felt unwelcome.
It's already rough.
So the comments were overwhelmingly positive.
Oh.
Even the moderators were very positive in response. Someone said, yes, if you are in danger, look for a Thea's jersey and I will protect you. Someone said, I'd prefer to see you there. Live your life and the haters. Someone said, as an employee of the team, I can say we 100% would love for you to be there. I don't expect you'll have any issues, but if you do, please report to guest services. They take issues like this very seriously in my experience. Lastly, someone said, I honestly don't give a what people identify as. We all bleed green, baby.
Hell yeah.
Huh?
All right. First update. This was 14 days later. Title, going to my first game tomorrow. I'm just laying here awake, practically shaking with excitement. Anything I should know? I've heard the energy in the garden is just electric. I wish I had a jersey to wear. Gonna hit some thrift stores during the day to try and find one for a good price. Who knows? Maybe I'll see a Thomas number 4.
I have a Celtics jersey.
Really?
And the matching bottom.
Whoa.
Oh.
There you go. Update number 2, same day. This time from Justin, the Celtics team sales rep. Help us make user Captain Advil's first Celtics game a memorable one. Hi, everyone. Some of you may recognize me as the other Jay Brown employed by the Celtics from when I organized a few group ticket outings years ago. I'm sure many of you saw this post from a few weeks ago where a transgender Celtics fan, user Captain Advil, asked if they belonged at a Celtics game. I was very encouraged to see the overwhelmingly positive response to the thread and made a comment that the organization supports her 100%. She mentioned being so encouraged that she purchased tickets to the November 1st game, which is tomorrow. The post caught the attention of some of the higher-ups at the Celtics who want to get in touch and make sure her experience is a special one. So I'm following up on behalf of them. I've tried directly messaging her a few times to no avail, so I just wanted to make one last effort to get in touch before she attends the game tomorrow. Would appreciate any help making that happen. Update number 3.
Yes.
Okay, well, the tears
She's
fall out
been
my
drafted
eyes.
to the Celtics.
She's like, shit.
I didn't sign up for this! Meet our new power forward, Captain Advil.
She's in heels. Ma'am.
Okay.
You need some ankle support?
The title of this is 3 days later after that post. Trans people are welcome at Celtics games. It took me a minute to get my bearings back, but I think I need to jump on here and say something to all the people who absolutely made my year. I don't even know what to say. 155 to 104? Are you kidding me? That felt like the most normal thing that happened that night, given the almost unbelievable context that brought me to the game in the first place. The encouragement I felt from this sub made my night at the Garden absolutely magical. I can't remember a time I could feel so included and so absolved of the weight of my identity at the same time. I didn't just feel safe and cared for, but absolutely full with nothing holding me down. I finally feel like I can claim my love for basketball and be queer as simultaneously. So for that, I owe you guys.
You're so
I also need to
sweet.
give a huge thank you to the Celtics organization for taking the time to make one fan's first game truly special. I'll admit I was expecting to feel a little used, just in the way that some companies do when trying to prove their allyship. That was not the case. They didn't point at me and go, look, we got one, or anything like that. They sent Autumn, a rep, to my seat to quietly hand me a bag of Celtics gear and wish me the best time of my life. They just wanted me to fit in and give me a chance to see what it's like to be part of the Celtics. Well, I certainly feel like I'm part of something. I'm so grateful for this community, this organization, this team, and above all, Derek White. That is a Celtics player. Thanks, guys. I hope I get to see you again soon.
Aww.
That's awesome.
They're so
hey,
sweet.
gives you hope.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's so nice.
Oh, good.
It's so cool. You know, I mean, like, we hear so much about all the hate. It's nice to, like, be like,
It's
oh, there's
really-
also a lot of good
a
people.
lot of good.
Yeah.
Some comments. We scored 155 and won by 51 points in your first game. Please go to at least every home game. We absolutely need you there in person.
That's so sweet.
Yeah, we need our lucky doll at every game.
Someone said, this straight white dude absolutely loves this story. I am overjoyed that this was your experience. If we can't welcome everyone into our team, what the is the point? Lastly, someone said, dope. Love to hear experiences like this. Our fan base always gets a bad rep. Nice to hear that the vibe check passed with flying colors. I'm glad it was a night to remember for you.
That's
so
so
great.
beautiful.
Yay! I love
Yay.
a happy moment.
I'll say this now and only in this moment, but go Celtics. That was cool. I'm not even a Lakers fan. I don't know. I'm not like a Celtics hater. I don't know.
What, do you like any basketball team?
I like players.
What
like
players?
specific
like
players.
what?
Like Jokic.
You know that one, right? Yeah.
I like
who
Jokic.
else?
I like Jokic because he hates basketball.
Oh, that's
He's
dope.
just cursed at being really good at it.
Oh,
He's a
love
player
I'm so
who's
glad we
so
had another
good,
wholesome story. Me
but
too.
he kind of just hates everything about it.
what?
Yeah.
Wait, that's awesome.
Like when he won the championship and they're like, yeah, you have to go do a big celebration now. He's like, what? He's like, I just want to go home. I
You
don't
know
want
what
to celebrate.
movie I want to watch?
He's like pissed.
Like Mike.
Okay.
Does it hold up? Has anyone watched it?
Wow.
I'm gonna watch it.
All right, let's go play some basketball.
Let's get out of here. Let's dribble.
All right. Well, this has been quite the Reddit stories
Yeah,
episode.
it's been a
Man.
ride.
Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think we will watch the other. We'll finish the other wholesome episode that we were on last time. Before my little break. But I need a moment. I will be away for a few minutes, and then we will finish the episode that we were on with Thomas Sanders. I'll be back. Okay. I needed a moment to vibe. And my VTuber model's not working again. Hold on, and I also accidentally fucking opened a program. Let me get it back up so it can be working again. Okay, we're good. I think the program like goes it like goes idle if I don't use it for a while, which is really annoying because sometimes it doesn't, but sometimes it does. But there was another fucking Windows update last night, so every time there's a Windows update, I'm just like, okay, so nothing's gonna work and everything's gonna be mean to me now. That's fine. Whatever. Okay. I will check if I still have the timestamp saved, but I think we only watched the first one or two stories in that episode, but let me see if I still have the timestamp somewhere. I don't know if I do. I don't. Okay. That's okay. My notepad is very disorganized. I don't even know what this is. Okay. Here, on this one,
Welcome back.
we read the story. It took my daughter's boyfriend out to dinner. We watched that one. Okay, I don't think we read this one. So we're probably on this one. Okay. If we did, my apologies, but the ADHD, the memories.
Comes from True Off My Chest. All right, here we go. I talked to the dead first husband of my wife and my stepdaughter.
And?
Okay. I met Helena almost 2 decades ago.
I feel like I would remember the name Helena because it reminds me of a Foster the People song. So I think we only watched the first one of this video. So we have this. This is the episode where it's only wholesome stories. There's no, I mean, there's probably drama, but like it all wraps up happy and wholesome. So.
It was a party at a lake for the local university. We liked each other, but our lives were very, very different. I was finishing school that year and had to do my year of civic duty, something we don't have anymore. With that, I would go to university far away. She didn't finish school, but started working early. I lived in a small town with my mother, and she already had her own apartment in a really rundown district of a huge city. Things just didn't work out. We kept in contact over the years, but I wouldn't say we were friends. We were people who liked to catch up via text or phone every 6 to 10 months. When I was home, we hooked up. But this stopped when she met her soon-to-be husband. I can't tell you anything about him because I never met him in person. They fell in love, got married, and Helena got pregnant with a daughter. They were happy together. I didn't really care. I thought it was sad that we didn't talk anymore, but I understood. I
Okay,
wasn't
good.
as lucky as her when it came to relationships. If you read my comments to other posts, you will see that I had my fair share of problems. I kind of accepted that I would never have a family, a stable relationship, or at least more than 3 days in a row of not being depressed. Let's say alcohol isn't the best idea in such a situation. At least I was high functioning. I did really well in university and started a career. It brought me back to my home region. I hadn't heard from Helena in several years. What I didn't know was that my life was a cakewalk compared to hers at this time. Helena's husband was killed in a car crash. Some asshole was driving under the influence and thought he could make the turn before her husband would pass. It wasn't me, but it was one more argument for me to stop drinking. I never asked for more details. She doesn't like this topic, so I try to respect it. She couldn't handle what happened and ended up in a clinic for her mental health. Her
Oh
daughter
my
was
goodness.
with her mother at the time. The day she was released, she had her own car crash.
Oh my
Turns
God!
out the doctors weren't joking when they told her she shouldn't drive with the drugs they were giving her. She went back to the clinic. Then she saw on Facebook that I was back in town. She wrote me and I answered. I visited her. She liked that I wasn't cursing at her for driving drunk. I didn't think I had the right to do it, given my love of alcohol. I won't bore you with the details of how it proceeded. We married and built a house together. Her daughter didn't like me at first, but we bonded the second I bought a PS5. She is a gamer. We jokingly say the gamer gene comes from me. Neither her mom nor her dad liked it, but my wife has gotten really good at pretending though. But I returned the favor by pretending I like horses.
Aw.
My stepdaughter, Leah, calls me by my first name. I like it. From what I heard, she had an amazing dad, and I never wanted to be a father. I don't think I would be a good one. I told her that I don't wish to replace her dad. She refused to believe me until one day when I told her that I would need the PS5 the whole evening, and she would need to use her PS4 in her room to play Minecraft with her friends. She said something along the lines of, good parents would share the console. I reminded her that I'm not her parent. She started laughing. Her mom hates me for that, because she needs to be the one setting all the rules. I understand that some of you probably think I should help Helena and not just be the everything goes stepdad, but Leah accepts me and she feels at home in our house. Her mom continues to do an amazing job raising her. I think I do best by respecting her and demanding respect when it comes to my stuff. Leah knows she can ask me for advice, and I am far better in helping with her homework than her mother. Every year, they visit Leah's father's grave on the day the accident happened. At first, I asked her if she wanted me out of the house for the day, because I can understand they need the hours for themselves. On the third year, they asked me to drive them. I waited in the car. We went to the restaurant afterwards. It was very silent. I had no idea what to talk about. The thing is, I am incredibly happy. I was gifted with a family that I love. I had given up on believing I could ever have this. I really had, but I feel incredible guilt. A good man had to die for my happiness. So once every 3 months, I visit his grave on my own and talk to him. They don't know this, and I have no intention of telling them. I thank him, and I tell him about his wife and his daughter, and his parents, if I happen to know something about them. They have trouble with me. They are cordial, but I can see it in their faces when I drop my daughter off or come and get her. It shouldn't be me who does it, and nothing will ever change that. Today is the day they will visit him, after they're out of work/school. I think I will visit him the next day and tell him about this post. Tell him that other people knew he existed and that he did an amazing job.
Aww.
Thanks, dear reader, for reading until here. I hope it wasn't too weird. I'm not sure if I will answer any questions. Writing about me feeling guilty because of his death already feels really hard.
Wow.
Yeah, that got me.
Wait, I thought he had a conversation. I was waiting for.
No, so what he's saying
I was waiting for a dead interaction.
I was
I know,
too.
I know.
Too.
I thought this was gonna be like a haunting. No, he goes private.
That's very sweet. I think I feel like it speaks to him a lot as a person, because it shows that like he's aware of his place and his position, and he clearly still has respect for this man that he never got to know because he passed away before he could meet him. So I think that's honestly probably the most ideal scenario. Like he's respectful of his place and his boundaries with this family that he's happened to run into because of something that was tragic, and he's made it something better while also being respectful of the tragedy that took place. I think that's very pure, actually.
Privately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And nothing. Wow, the movie trailer really, really tells you the movie's different than the movie.
I was very uncertain. I was like, I think these are wholesome, but what is this?
I was like, get ready for him to tell him
That was
something.
like that was 2015 YouTube titling
Yes.
strategy.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. Wow.
That is so sweet.
What a
Wow.
very just complex and deep relationship.
Yeah, I mean, that's very heavy to deal with, but he's really making the most of it. Good for him.
You know, just how that whole thing was based off of, and just like everything that this guy is like feeling in terms of like, I mean, the relationship means a lot to him. That this all kind of came to be.
Yeah.
Also, it contains one of my favorite lines. We bonded as soon as they knew I bought a PS5. That was my favorite.
That was really.
A PS5 can mend most relationships.
Put that right on the box.
Sony.
Sony.
Your stepdaughter will think you're cool. So these comments here, someone said, all these damn onions all over the place.
Yeah.
You know.
Totally.
Someone said, from what you described about that man, he must be at peace to know that his wife and his daughter are in safe hands and love the way they deserve to be. Cheers, mate. You're a good man, and you deserve this happipiness for the effort you've put into yourself.
I was going to say, what a lovely kind of like tale of thinking that you are at your lowest and deserving of nothing, and yet life turns around and says, hey, you can grow from this. Here's some seeds, plant them, and do the right thing to watch them grow.
I like you.
It was just really nice because like I feel like, I mean, I definitely know that there are those human moments where you're just like, damn, am I like worthy of being forgiven and growing from this?
And it feels like he just is acknowledging so much that that this family used to be a part of somebody else, or not belong, but used to have another person, and he is now. He's not taking the place of somebody, but it feels like he is always acknowledging the other person that used to be there.
Well, because there's love, but I think what this shows is like the ultimate respect.
It's respect,
which is so important, and he really respects them to the point where even if they don't know about it, he respects them. And I think that's so cool.
It is very, and I don't know if he knows how singular that can be in a person. Like what a trait, what a virtue that is on its own.
Well, especially considering so many stories we read on this show are about dads and stepdads who are garbage. And so to read someone whose heart is so in the right place is so nice.
And everything else there, just in regards to that relationship that he has with the daughter, I feel like that is all parts of the growing pains of coming into a family that's already been created.
And just good for grief. Like grief on behalf of both his partner and the daughter. Like I think so much of it is like not being in denial that something happened, right? And like holding space for that. Whether they want to do that or not. Like you just,
one last comment here. I'm a widow in my 30s. We knew my husband was dying for 2 years due to cancer. Towards the end, one night he woke me crying, begging me to promise him that I would find someone to love/remarry because the thought of me spending the rest of my life sad and alone was tearing him apart. He couldn't bear to think of my life ending with his. It's been less than a year now since he's passed, and I can't imagine ever being ready to do so. But the point of my comment is to tell you your presence has been a gift to your wife and daughter. He wouldn't have wanted them to suffer alone. You honor him by loving and caring for them because he cannot.
Yeah, this is gonna destroy me. Because I can only imagine feeling that way.
Me too, Thomas.
Just like how big of a move that is to have to tell somebody that, and you want them to be happy.
I mean, that's such a pure. That is such a pure example of love. That's so beautifully pure and raw to just tell someone that you love them without actually directly saying it. Like, I love you so much. I don't want you to spend your life wallowing over me. I want you to be happy. I love you so much. I want you to be happy. That's so beautiful.
This is fucking crazy that fucking idiots are on Reddit doing stupid shit.
Okay.
And then, no. On a site where idiots are on Reddit doing stupid shit, there's also this.
I know.
Yeah.
Reddit,
that's so
Reddit
real.
Man, I've taken a break for a while, but I would scroll Reddit for a while, and I mean, the problem is you'd read this, followed up by something that infuriates you, followed up by something that's like a dumb meme. It's not, the human brain should not be processing.
The brain chemistry shifts.
My brain is like, what has happened on this day?
Yeah, that's a good summary of these streams, I feel.
You're giving me this curated Reddit experience.
Yes, we're giving you all the best parts of it. I feel like there's nothing else to say on that one.
Yeah.
Okay, next one. Am I the asshole for calling my brother a silly goose to his kids? Oh, shit.
I'm very interested.
Yes? That was the silly goose department.
Thank you for calling in for me.
Okay, here we go. So I'm a 22-year-old woman who lives alone. I have an older brother, and we have a pretty significant age gap, around 5 years. Okay.
Significant.
Significant. My brother has 2 kids, ages 3 and 5. This past weekend, we met up, and he asked me to spend a day with his kids down at the local playground while he ran some errands. This was completely fine with me. I love kids. He left, and me and the kids went down to the playground. When we were walking there, the 5-year-old asked if I liked his dad. I told him I thought he was such a silly goose. The kid didn't comment on it. He just kept asking a few random questions about other things, and I didn't think anything of it. After a little while of us playing at the playground, my brother came back, and as soon as the kids noticed, they ran up to him. I could tell they were saying something to him. I couldn't exactly tell what, though. Afterward, he came up to me and asked to speak to me in private for a second.
Oh, God.
What did you say to him? Did you tell him I'm a silly goose?
What?
Did you tell him I'm a silly goose?
I thought this was still part of the.
No, this is just us being crazy.
I love it. Okay.
Okay. Afterward, he came up to me and asked to speak to me in private for a second. We go to a tree a few feet away. And then he starts quietly scolding me, telling me I shouldn't have called him that. He said it set a bad example and image for the kids. I was confused about what he was talking about, so I asked him. He told me he meant I shouldn't have called him a silly goose. I told him he was overreacting and that I didn't understand why he would take offense over saying that he's a silly goose to his kids. After that, I thought we had left the kids unattended for too long, so I decided to head back to the playground. He called me an asshole on the way back. The rest of our meetup was really awkward and tense between us. The kids seemed to have fun, though. When I got home, I was thinking to myself if what I said was really that bad, and if I had changed those kids' image of their father. Am I the asshole? Well, I'll tell you one thing.
I have a lot to unpack.
He's not a silly goose.
Definitely not the definition.
For some reason, my brain instantly goes to like, silly goose is his code name. He's a spy, and you've exposed him. He can't go back to work now. He's been exposed. Okay, Ruby. I hope you sleep well. Thank you for stopping by.
No.
First of all, now I just visualize, he's got to be just very, very stuffy. I imagine him now as the stuffy dad from The Sound of Music. Like, did you call me a silly?
Oh, the guy who sings.
Yeah, he's got to be. That's
He's the one who sings Edelweiss.
with a full naval outfit. He's got to. There's definitely an insecurity situation going on here.
Yeah.
But I do, oh man, I absolutely adore this story. No.
In the same breath, he goes, "You can't call me a silly goose. You're an asshole."
Don't call me a silly goose, you asshole.
I hate him.
I love that. I think that's, I mean, no, I don't actually love that. This whole situation is a little messy. But I just find that so funny that the kids like whispered it over to him. Like this was like, maybe there was like an incident that happened in the household. Also, he's only 5 years older than her. So like, there's not this level of superiority that he should have on her at this point. And I do feel like she should have, come on. Come on. I could have called you much worse, buddy.
Your dad's a
Yeah.
silly goose.
What would have made this funnier is if the kids held on to it, and then when the kid's like 25, they're skipping rocks by a lake and just like, Dad, there's something forever ago, Aunt Cindy said something, and are you a silly goose? And he's just like, I never wanted you to find out.
Or that kid's talking to their therapist, and they're like, "Well, do you think your dad's an alcoholic?" And you're like, "No, I think he's a silly goose."
And the therapist is like, interesting. Comments here. Not the asshole. It is clear from this interaction that this man is perhaps the silliest of geese.
Beautiful.
Someone said, I've met a lot of gooses in my life. This guy definitely seems like one of the silliest. Someone else said, maybe clarify with your brother what it means to him. Perhaps he views it differently than others. To me, it's a silly endearment, but it could be different to him or his kids.
That's my only explanation for this.
I will say, like,
He has geese trauma. He was attacked by geese when he was a youngin', and now he can't stand that he's being affiliated with such monsters.
like, I don't know. I have one experience that makes me think of this, like with kids and the way they are with words when they're young with parents. Sometimes can be weird. Like once I was with my friend and her kids, and I was saying like, come on, dude, to her daughter who was younger. And she was like, I'm not a dude. And they got mad. And they were like, oh, she's not a dude. And I was like, oh, no, I didn't mean like that. Like, maybe silly goose was interpreted by the kids and by the dad, like, as something like or like disrespectful.
Yes.
You know, like, I don't know, like.
But he should have clarified that.
Like, yeah.
He could have said why.
Totally.
Yeah.
I think, now this is a complete out of left field theory, and I don't watch a lot of South Park, but there was that one episode where like they hung around with a lot of, I think, gay men, and they used the term silly goose. And it was like, and the dad in that show got mad at the kid for calling the other kid like, you silly goose. And so maybe this guy, this is a big old theory, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong because I don't know this, but I'm just
Because this guy's 27.
just a theory, but like maybe
A
there's like
game
kind of
theory.
like a connection there to
In his mind.
and maybe he's even embarrassed to even admit that that's his psychological connection to it.
He is a 27-year-old man. He probably has watched a lot of South Park. It's a fair guess.
It completely could be a theory.
If he's that insecure.
Right.
Or just even calling your parents, I think having your young kids hearing someone say something disrespectful about your dad.
Yeah.
Could be just like, hey, we don't talk about
Could
dad
be
that way.
just that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you call me
Fair.
sir.
Yeah.
Right. They just probably refrain from all name calling, and maybe he's very strict about that.
Yeah. All right. Next one. Are you ready, you silly geese?
I was just going to say the same thing.
Am I the asshole for telling my soon-to-be niece that she doesn't need to wear a dress to my wedding?
No. Next story.
I, a 32-year-old woman, am getting married to my fiance, a 41-year-old man, next year. After we got engaged, I suggested it might be nice to ask my fiance's niece, 15, if she wanted to be a bridesmaid too. I've only met her a couple of times, so we're not close, but she seemed like a cool kid, and I thought it might be nice for us to bond / get to know each other and involve her in the wedding. She's the only niece / nephew on either side of the family. Anyway, cut to a few weeks ago, and we're in my fiance's hometown to visit his family and discuss wedding stuff. Fiance's brother, sister-in-law, and their daughter came over, and I noticed this time that she was dressed a lot more androgynous than I remembered. The topic eventually moved to wedding dresses and bridesmaids' dresses, and I could see she was immediately uncomfortable. Her parents, mostly her mom and grandma, were making comments about how she'd need to be more feminine, brush her hair, etc., and how nice it would be to see her like that. I'll be honest and say this hit a nerve with me. I was very much a tomboy as a teenager, even though I'm not anymore, and it absolutely broke me whenever my relatives would say things like that. Eventually, her mother made a comment along the lines of, "It'll be nice to see you dressed like a girl for once." My soon-to-be niece looked really sad, embarrassed, and overall hurt. In response, since that really hit a nerve, I immediately told her that my maid of honor would be wearing a trouser suit for the wedding and not a dress. That I'd given all the bridesmaids the option of wearing anything they want as long as it's in the wedding color to make things easier. I pulled out my phone and started showing her photos of the ideas my friend had sent me. A jumpsuit, culottes, a trouser suit, a tailored tux, etc. And let her know that she could pick anything at all she wanted. She could even wear jeans and trainers if that made her comfortable. It's a wedding, not a fashion show. She perked up a bit when I said that, but her mom looked really pissed off. She's since asked my fiance to pressure me into getting all the bridesmaids dresses so that their daughter will have to wear one, which, LOL, no. My husband doesn't give a shit what she wears, but he also doesn't want his family and I to be arguing on the wedding day. I don't want to back down because I know what it feels like to be pressured into wearing something that makes you uncomfortable. On the other hand, I know it's only for a day and it would make the family happy. Am I the asshole for trying to overrule her parents? It's your wedding.
No.
I was gonna say, whose wedding is it?
Yeah.
You should be having your wedding for you in this situation.
We've covered a lot of wedding stuff, and the typical consensus here and on Reddit is like, it's your wedding. You get to decide.
Agreed.
Right? Nobody gets to make those rules for you.
And I think we talk about this even here all the time where it's like, it's your body. No one gets to make those rules.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of layers of, hey, you're overruling something you shouldn't
Yeah,
be.
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, and also like just the idea of you asking, it's such an indirect way of like
absolutely not
going
the
about
asshole.
how you want your daughter to do something. Like you should pressure all of the bridesmaids to do this thing. Like, I don't know. if you want to be the mean parent, be the mean parent. But I'm not going
Yeah.
to. I'm not going
Yeah.
to do that.
Right.
You
The
know?
only thing I can understand for a second in the second half of this was, I don't want their family to be upset and having drama or whatever like that. Because I come from a family where the first family wedding I ever went to, my mother came around, stuck her hand on my shoulder, and because I guess it was my cousin's wedding, and they were doing something on their own that the family didn't like. I come from a very Italian household, and it's very just, the family first. And the bride wanted something, I don't remember, and I was like 15. And my mother puts her hand on my shoulder, she goes, I want you to remember this for your wedding. It's about your family, not you. And my mom walked away.
Oh my god.
And I went, okay. I will remember that.
Wow.
And I think that is a big thing that people have to struggle with, which is pleasing other people, because you have to please a lot of people at your wedding, and you want peace at some point, right? And you don't want drama, but it's your wedding, and it's your body, it's your family, it's people you love, and you should let people do what they want.
Yeah, because I feel like it has.
Well, I mean, it's also like that's just kind of a case where parents are like trying to project onto their children and make their children what they want them to be, and it's like it quite literally could just be a phase. She's a teenager, but like I don't know. Get over yourself.
To be like a generational. This is what
Yes.
you've come to expect with a wedding.
Yeah, and you want to please your elders, is what I hear all the time. And you want to make the mother happy, and if the mother wants their daughter in a dress, but at some point, my God, get over it, lady.
Gets out of hand.
Yeah, get over it, lady.
I mean, the world is burning. Let's let our weddings be for us.
Yeah, come on.
Let's stop worrying about what we're wearing.
So the verdict was not the asshole.
Yeah,
Obvious.
I would definitely agree with that.
Yes. Definitely not the asshole. Don't back down. Stand your ground. Never in my life had I thought I would be urging someone to be a bridezilla. Please be the bridezilla. Go
Yeah.
full bridezilla.
Yeah, agree.
I feel like there's worse bridezillas than that.
She is not a bridezilla.
I know.
She's actually so chill.
But I
She's an ally bridezilla. Come on.
I love it.
Exactly. Not the asshole. I love your attitude, and in the future, I think you should position yourself as your niece's ally. I think she needs one. Her parents are the crappy ones.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yeah.
And then the mother is also trying to force the entire bridal party into buying bridesmaid dresses instead of what they already planned and budgeted for. It's not just cruel to the niece, it's an inconvenience to all of the other
Yes.
Very good
That's
point.
Very fair point.
maid of honor. Yeah, it's so strange. And I know, I'm not a mother. I know the mother-daughter relationship might be complicated, but I have never understood caring that much about what people wear.
Right.
I will never. I don't think I ever will. But maybe that's also generational.
Yeah.
I think
I'm sure.
There might be pressure that are being put on the mom and how she's raising her kid from her family members. There could be all sorts of things that are going. Like it's like most of these situations, it's complicated, and it's hard to pass a flat judgment without really knowing everybody's context.
No, you're right. But like you said, the world's burning.
Yeah, and I think also you do have to take into account how the bride's feeling and how this daughter's feeling, and it should, sometimes you can't make everybody happy.
But at the end of the day, she decided anyone can wear whatever they want.
Great.
That's the rule.
Yes. On this day, let's make the bride happy.
Exactly. Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by DoorDash. Do you
Get
want
your
fresh groceries but
bag.
don't have the All right, next story. I fell in love with my rival.
This is my favorite kind of story.
Classic beautiful enemies to lovers. Hell yeah.
It's called anime, okay?
It's called Killing Eve, and I love that 3-season only show. So sad that it never got a 4th season, but it's a beautiful show that only has 3 seasons, and I love it very much.
It's called Half of Archive of Our Own.
Shakespeare is anime, let's be real. So this comes from True Off My Chest, so it's a confession someone is making. That's the whole point of this subreddit. Yeah, well, shit. I am a man, and he is also a man. I thought I left this gay phase at 15, but no. I knew him for about 3 years since I started drag racing, and since the first day, we have had our rivalry. But despite that, he was always there. Whenever I needed him, there he was. He saved me so many times and still counting. Corny, I know. I just woke up one day and felt the need to see him, touch him in all sorts of ways. He just went back to his military service. Oh, this is just
Everything.
Damn.
This is everything.
It's summer.
I need the movie rights.
Yep, I'm here. I bought my ticket. I'm at AMC.
Yesterday, I thought he was just being nicer. A hug is not something unusual, but when it's all the time, it's something else, right? Today, I just realized that I love him. I love him, and I feel heartbroken.
Oh.
It feels like my heart was ripped from my chest. Maybe he was just being nice because he would miss me, and my mind got the wrong signals. I needed to get this out because I just don't trust anyone to spit it out, and he could see this. Ryan, I love you with all my heart. I fucking love you. So I haven't read or watched Red, White, and Royal Blue. Is this?
This is better. Wow. Wow.
Is there an update?
Comments?
A drag racer and a Marine.
This?
I'm assuming. He didn't tell me.
You're right. This is better than Red, White, and Royal
Wow.
That every sentence.
It just kept getting better.
That was like a fighting game when you're getting a combo going.
Yes.
It was like, whoa.
There was
Yes.
new information each sentence.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Holy shit. That's the best Reddit post I've ever seen.
Wow.
That was beautiful.
Reads Reddit every day.
I was gonna say that. I was like, is that the caliber you get all the time?
Yeah.
Because I need to sign up for Reddit now.
Some comments here.
Wow.
I hope Ryan sees this. Someone said, no homo, I swear, but that was a beautiful profession of love. Go get your man.
Go get your
Because
man.
I was about to call that commenter a homo. I'm so glad that they specified.
Brad, thanks for saying that, man.
Thanks for saying that,
Thank
dude.
God.
You saved yourself.
Someone said, what in the Wattpad?
What in the Wattpad is beautiful.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. That's
Wow.
great.
All I have to say is wow, 5 stars.
5
Says
stars.
Hubert, give it 2 thumbs up.
Right.
From heaven.
It's a good thing we have an update.
Yes! Yes!
It
It's
just keeps
Christmas
getting better. Please let it be a good update.
Okay. As I confessed my sad heart aching story a month ago, that was quick AF. Ryan obviously got the tea because a mutual friend on this subreddit went on snitch mode. I received a letter this morning from him. I won't go into details, but I couldn't be happier to tell you that he reciprocated my feelings. I feel
Yay, gay people! Happy gay people! Yay! More gays winning!
like for once in my life, things are going right. I was in relationships before, but never felt this way. I've been chuckling like an asshole all day long, and I just thought to give the last post a happy ending. That's it. Thanks for reading.
Yay!
Wow. That is everything.
Saving Private Ryan.
Saving Ryan's private. Oh my gosh, that's so
He's
good.
been chuckling like an asshole.
In Cloud 9 from this. This is
Yay!
going to be enough to
happy
get
gay
you through the rest
people.
of the
Best
year.
thing in the
This
whole
whole
world.
episode proves Reddit to be a beautiful, magical place.
Oh my gosh. I really do need the movie. I do need, or just the Lifetime special. Just something.
Yeah.
Agree.
Truly, like, and I'm assuming when he said drag racing, I'm assuming not RuPaul's Drag
Not
Race. I'm
RuPaul,
assuming
yeah.
we're talking about
Like
literal
Like race.
drag race. Oh, that's so good. That's so, and to proclaim the love on Reddit, just to like, I need to frickin' take up, I need to try this technique because this.
And somebody sent it to him, and then he just did a quick little update because he's obviously in love. He doesn't even want to be on the internet that long. He's like, just a heads up, I'm in love. Chuckling, bye.
I know. I want to
So
know this other person who went into
cute.
snitch mode. He's so happy with this person who went into snitch mode.
That's
That's a
they
friend.
went into snitch
That's
mode.
a friend. I'm gonna connect. That's so good.
Look, it's one of those where I'm like, even if it's fake, and I don't think it is, even if it's fake, well done, sir.
I didn't even think about that.
Just so sweet that he sent him a letter. That's so like a letter specifically being like, yes, I understand. I too am gay for you. Beautiful. What a beautiful romantic story.
You're right. It could have been, but I don't care.
If
I
it's
don't
fake,
care.
then Shonda Rhimes went on Reddit and gave us free shit.
No, that's yeah.
So good.
That's amazing.
So many details to that. Holy shit.
Wow.
Okay, here we go. This is also from True Off My Chest, another confession we have here.
Oh.
I'm gay and my wife doesn't know. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Let's get into this. My wife and I have been together 9 years, married for 7, but I know
Yeah,
that
the fact there was a letter.
I've never been attracted to another woman other than her, but I've been attracted to lots of men. I've never been in a sexual relationship with a man, but if I wasn't with my wife, I know I would be. My preferences when I'm by myself have only ever been over men, LOL. But it's strange. My wife is my soulmate in the most absolute sense. It doesn't matter that she's a woman. I'm so in love with her mind and her heart and her as a human being that she could literally be in any body and I would love and worship her. Even being with her sexually is incredible because it's her. I know this makes no sense and that's why I can't tell her. She would think she isn't enough because she isn't a man, but she's the other half of my soul and I could never ever hurt her or be without her. I think every inch of her body is beautiful and she lights me up like no other human ever could. She completes me, and I know I won't need to be with anyone else, but I know no one will believe that. Is it possible to be gay except one woman? If so, that's what I am, LOL. Edit. I realize now I'm probably on the bisexual spectrum somewhere instead, and I'm content with that. I don't really need a label. Oh, and those calling me a pervert, a degenerate, a fetishist, etc. for being attracted to men, I suggest you try replacing the hate in your heart with love. It's worked out very well for me. I'm going to move on to the update we have.
Yeah,
for
this feels like
because that feels incomplete for me. But complicated feelings.
Yeah.
Deeply complicated for that guy. So after I posted here last week, I did a lot of research and I'm fairly certain I'm bisexual with a strong physical preference for men, but demisexual when it comes to women. I've never had deep feelings for anyone except my wife, male or female, but when I met her and started to develop those feelings, the physical attraction strongly followed. I obviously don't plan on ever finding out if it would be the same with other women, nor do I plan on being with men, despite what some people said. Either way, these labels don't really matter in themselves because I won't be exploring it, but I did decide I wanted to tell my wife, and they helped me articulate it. So I sort of blurted it all out to her over the weekend. I told her I'm probably bisexual/demisexual, and initially wasn't sure whether to tell her she's the only woman I've ever been with sexually attracted to, but I did in the end. I told her my love for her wasn't defined by her gender, but that she's my soulmate and I'm truly in love with her heart, her mind, and her body. Those of you who said she probably knew more than I thought were right. She was sort of surprised, but not entirely. She said she assumed I wasn't straight because she had a vibe. Not sure what that means. And she'd noticed I'd never talked about how other women were attractive. I think she was surprised that my preference other than her skews so significantly towards men, but she knows I don't want to pursue it, so she said it doesn't matter. She also told me she thinks she's on the bisexual spectrum too, somewhere herself, though likewise has no plans to explore it. But it's such a relief to have it all out in the open with her. I told her I'd be more than happy to go to therapy with her if she wants help processing, and she said that's not necessary right now, but it's good to know it's an option in the future. Thank you to everyone who left kind and critical but constructive messages, and no thank you to the homophobes. Looks like everything will be okay. Aww.
That's beautiful. What beautiful communication.
Yeah.
I think that is a perfect example of how wide the spectrum of attraction is and how just beautifully colorful it can be.
Yes.
You know, and labels are very useful for people to help kind of put them in a place where that helps them understand themselves. But at a certain point for some people, it's just easier for them to be like, I like this person. And I, you know, for whatever reason, it just clicks with that person, and it sometimes just comes down to that.
Yeah.
So for me, that made perfect sense.
Yes,
to
okay,
me,
I had a happy
you know?
ending.
And I love that she also was like, I'm on the bisexual spectrum, I think, as well, because she also can understand. Like, that's now coming from a place of understanding.
Well, it's kind of sweet that she's like, I had a vibe, but you know.
I know. I love that.
Yeah.
And that boxing it in is actually where it gets weird, and that like pressuring and trying to figure it out, like in the moment under a label, it might be what.
I like what you said, though, that labels do help some people.
Yeah.
For some people, a label might be what the puzzle piece they're missing, but for others, it might complicate their thinking.
Yeah.
So to be like, hey, you don't need them if you don't want them.
Well, and that's why I think, because a lot of people are like, you know, there's that whole argument of like, oh, well, last week you were this week you're that. well, that's because I'm still trying to figure myself out, buddy.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't get that label just correctly. Or maybe just my preferences do change. It does happen with some people.
Yeah.
And you try and figure yourself out, like, oh, I thought I was this, like, but this week I actually have figured a little bit more about myself out. And I feel like I'm actually feeling more comfortable with this label. But then some people are just like, I like what I like. It's too complicated to break it down like that. And I think that it was such a healthy kind of like development for him. He obviously was trying to figure this out. He was obviously trying to process it. He goes onto Reddit to try and get that feedback. And then he gets to the next step of now wanting to talk about it with the person who he loves and trusts in the world, and she appreciated that. And I think it's like a beautiful story of communication and self-discovery.
And a
Beautiful
safe place
story
that
of
he comes to
communication.
where then she can go to too and go, well, actually, I'm thinking this as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so great. It's once again compared to most
Not
Reddit stories
only a
we read,
gays win, but a
which are all about
communication win. The
just
best win
the worst
ever.
communication possible, or lack of communication in general. This is like deep, intense communication about a very complicated subject. Like he doesn't even fully understand, but he's still communicating to her everything he knows.
Totally.
Yeah.
And the trust that they gained for each other throughout this process is huge.
Yeah.
Because now they're like, well, I know you would tell me anything.
Right.
Because you told me something that you probably were scared to tell anybody.
Exactly. And he was like offering up the resources for therapy. She's like, we communicate really well, I think.
A therapist would be like, thank you for the hour charge. Even though you're here for 5
But I
minutes,
mean,
have to
even
charge you for the
offering
hour.
that just shows they have such a lovely,
comments here.
understanding
Labels
relationship.
are so pointless at the end of the day. You're attracted to men and you're over the moon for your wife. Just loving her is most important. OP responded, you're right. I think I've worried and psyched myself out over the label, when actually I guess that's pretty unimportant if I never want to be with anybody but her anyway.
Fair.
Someone else said, she is the other half of my soul and I could never hurt her or be without her. This is so beautiful. What a lucky man to have found that in another person. Love is transcendent and doesn't need a body to know when it's found the perfect fit. The spectrum of the human soul is not one size fits all. We are a panoply of keys and locks within an infinite range of doors, all labeled love. Knowing yourself the way you do is a blessing, and finding your person in all the people is everything.
I gotta look up the word panoply.
A complete or impressive collection of things.
Look at this panoply, isn't it neat? Okay, that's awesome.
Let's get into this next story here. I, female 18, realized all the sacrifices my older brother, 25, made for us.
I've watched this episode before, and I actively remember this one. This one is a journey, but a beautiful one, and just the kind of story that regains your hope in humanity. So just buckle in, okay?
This is from True Off My Chest. A lot of those. Just a quick trigger warning, there's referencing of parental abuse in this, so here we go. Created this account just for this story. Also, I want to keep in mind that I'm sharing this story from my perspective and from what my brother told me, so I don't know how much is completely accurate. But I also don't have a reason to doubt the accuracy. Me and my siblings grew up in a highly abusive environment. Besides my older brother, I have 2 younger siblings, a younger brother and a younger sister. Our parents were addicted to alcohol. They would drink every day, and it was like a forced round of Russian roulette. We either had luck and they would just argue downstairs with each other, or they would come upstairs to release their anger onto us. Whenever they did, my older brother would stand guard at the stairs to make sure we were safe. He would try to make them focus on him, so whenever they came upstairs, they would physically unleash on him. And when they tried to enter any of our rooms, he would provoke them so they would focus on him and hurt him until they were too tired to focus on us. While he protected us from them, he sacrificed his own childhood. And instead of doing something he liked, he educated himself and learned how to do programming each and every single day. He knew that something from the IT and programming sector would get him a high-paying job, and his goal was to get out of there and take us with him. But to take care of us, he needed money. He also never had friends at school because he saw friends as a waste of time for his goals, let alone the fact that he never properly finished his education because he was more worried about us than his own future. When he was 18, he did an internship for a local IT office that was looking for employees. And after a few weeks, he got the job and he was making good money. After he moved out, he found an apartment with enough space for all of us. And from that day on, he tried everything to get us out of there. After my brother was gone, we had to take on a lot, but at least we didn't have to wait for long. After my parents got arrested, we started to live with my brother. He had to do a bit more stuff so that my younger siblings could live with us too, but he somehow managed to convince authorities to let them stay with us. I will never understand where he got all this energy from to do all this. I was still underage when we continued to live with him. But in his new job, he made enough money to make sure we had it good, and he finally gave us the loving and caring home we craved for such a long time. I adore him so much. He was so selfless all the time, and rather took care of us than himself. Yesterday, something happened that made me want to share this story. I woke up and went to get some breakfast, and when I passed my brother's door, I heard him crying in his room. I knocked at his door and went inside, and the moment he saw me, he wiped away his tears and smiled. He asked if I was all right. I didn't feel the need to answer. I just hugged him. I felt so sorry for him. He sacrificed everything so that we were safe. He couldn't hold in his tears any longer, and I told him that he should probably go to therapy because what he went through would be way too much to handle for anyone. I adore him so much, and I will forever be grateful for every sacrifice he made for us. He did not deserve any of the things our parents put him through. We, as a whole, never deserved what our parents put us through. They were supposed to be a safe space for all of us, but instead they were abusers. I will help my brother, and I will make sure he feels loved too. He deserves to have a safe space too. He wants to be ours, so I want to be his. Thank you for reading. Damn.
Gosh, dude.
It's just, it's such a beautiful story of the perseverance that love can give you. Like, I have no idea where he got all this energy from, and it's like because he was being fueled by how much he loved his siblings and wanted to protect them and shelter them away from the horrors that they grew up with. And it's just, it's so, again, it's just such a raw example of love and beauty, goodness.
I mean, that is very wholesome. You do see a lot of these kids who have their childhoods taken away from them.
Yeah.
At such an early age.
That was a doozy, but in a
God
beautiful way.
bless him
Yeah.
For doing that, and also for him to also get his siblings out, and now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that the sibling that wrote the post is like becoming aware, because like that is no easy feat at all. That took work, that took energy, that took time, that took money. Like, it takes everything. Especially, it's very rare that siblings do get custody of other siblings, because like a lot of situations like that, they try to get their siblings out, but it's not always successful. So the fact that he was able to get all of the siblings took a huge amount of effort, I'm sure. But he did it anyway because he loves his siblings, and he's happy to ensure that they have a happy, blessed life and full of love and kindness and care. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Siblings to be there for him, that he, the ones he truly loved and wanted to protect.
He saved his siblings in more ways than one, too, because he saved them physically. But I think he also saved them by being a loving authority figure for them.
Yeah, by not
so that they have something. So he broke the cycle for all of them, which is so cool.
Broke the cycle. Good way to put it.
You know, I don't know these people, but
it sounds
most
like he broke the,
he gave them such a better chance in every way possible.
Like, to just give them like a light at the end of the tunnel sort of thing.
I mean, truly.
For both of them.
It sounds like a friggin' superhero origin.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of comments here. Someone said, "Oh my God, somebody cutting onions in here." The same guy from earlier, be like, all these onions.
Somebody needs to get him out of that room of onions.
Yeah, man, we got to save that guy.
Yeah.
Someone said, lucky you all are to have that wonderful man as your brother. Let him know how much you appreciate him and love him, but also let him know it wasn't fair and it's okay to have feelings about the position he's been put in. I hope that you are all able to find a therapist that can help you untangle this mess. I'm so sorry you were put in this mess, but incredible that you all got out and are doing well. Hugs to you all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to imagine that after so many years of having to fight for that, you have a trauma that doesn't leave you as soon as you get to the safe place?
I mean, I feel like it's also just a case of he was probably like suppressing that in the what is the word I'm trying to get? In the thick of the fight, he was trying to keep it suppressed so that he could be strong for them. And now that he finally has all of his siblings with him, and knowing that they're all safe, he probably just broke, which is completely valid because he was probably bottling up a lot of shit for a long time.
Like you're still in this like potential defensive mode for a very long time, and it's hard to break that shell down. So I love that she encouraged him to be like, let's go to therapy, work through this.
And I'm grateful that she saw it and sees it and says something, because I feel like with sacrifice, the worst thing that could come if it's not noticed sometimes is bitterness.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like if it goes on for too long, he can harden and just like kind of just, I don't know, if it's not really noticed or thanked, or I don't know. There is some sacrifice that goes without being noticed, and sometimes it's okay. But I feel like for him to keep living the life he's living, he needs to be able to break down in front of her, and he needs to be able to be taken care of as well.
Yeah. It's so important to communicate, because in our own heads, delusion is often used as like a negative way, but like we can get delusional in our own heads of thinking like I'm alone. Or thinking, oh, nobody cares about me. And it's just like, no, you're being delusional. You're wrong. You actually have a network. And it's important to really stay in reality with everyone in your life.
Yeah, I can imagine that's the good things that can come out of these Reddit stories, because people can put these down here so they can see that they are not alone.
Yeah.
And I do know people who have dealt with real inter-family struggles and do sacrifices for their siblings, and their siblings do not acknowledge.
That's what I was gonna say, is like, especially people who, who are just like, I don't know, been going through it. And and they're just like one thing to the next, one thing to the next. Especially maybe some of the younger kids. They might not see it, they might not notice it. Especially when you're raised by a warrior brother like that, who's just like, oh yeah, my brother's just strong.
And I don't know the ages of the younger siblings, but that seems like it might be more her job to tell them the situation that they're in.
Fair.
Someone said, your brother is a goddamn superhero. I rarely ever cry while reading a story, but this was fucking awesome to read, and I got a bit misty-eyed, not gonna lie. I say, when you get the chance, pay to take him out for some sort of childish adventure, something that will allow him to live a little of that childhood he missed out on before he gets too old to actually enjoy it, LOL. OP responded to that saying, I actually thought about doing this. His birthday is in a month, and I thought about giving him a bit of the childhood he never had.
Aww.
So an update.
Yay!
Let's see what happens here. My post is 3 months old, but I thought I might give you an update just in case you're interested. So in the last 3 months, I got a job and started to earn money myself. I wanted to take some weight off his shoulders and take care of the many things so that he doesn't have to. After everything he went through, he deserves a break. And I try to make sure he learns to take care of his mental health, which is still pretty bad after everything that happened. I honestly underestimated how bad it was, and still is. I think that this shield he created to protect himself through the years of trauma is now starting to crumble. All the emotions he's held back and all of the pent-up pain is coming up, and emotional breakdowns have been happening quite a bit. He's in therapy, but it will take a while for him to feel better. You see, my younger siblings and I were traumatized too, but at least we were kept safe enough by him so that we could express and let our emotions out. He never had that safe space. He had to bottle up everything. It's a good thing that now he has us as his safe space, but I just don't know if it's enough. He is the most important person in our life, and we will always be there for him. We make sure every day that he's loved. I mentioned in the previous post that his birthday was in a month. On that day, we got him a birthday cake and some presents. We celebrated with him. It was wonderful. I know I probably talked too much about him, but I feel so bad that everything that happened to him came from him protecting us. I can't stop feeling guilty, or that I at least should have interfered way earlier. He assured me it's not my fault, and I know that, but it's hard to describe. Imagine you're about to walk across the street and a car is about to hit you because you didn't look both ways, but someone pushes you aside to save you, getting hit themselves. Now this person is permanently injured, and you can't stop feeling guilty, because you know the person probably would have been okay if you had just paid attention earlier. That's how I feel. All I know is that I will be there for him. That's the least I can do.
Yeah, and that's all you can do. And I think the metaphor there is tough because you didn't step into that road willingly and without thought.
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's very natural for one to blame.
You were
themselves.
young.
Young, you're a kid. No kid should have to worry about that. No kid. So I think there's definitely a cycle of blame that happens. And the cool thing about that update, I feel, is just that they are currently working on it. They're currently getting the help. And I think the fact that like those defenses are coming down and that he's able to talk about it is all one can ask for at this time.
Yeah.
And I think it is going to be a long process.
Yeah, because you know where the long-standing issues can come up is if you keep bottling it up, but he can't, and he is accepting the possibility, or is he in therapy? I forget if they, but it just sounds like this is he's in therapy. Yes. Yeah. So they are doing the best possible things they can do to move forward.
Wow.
Sibling shit makes me cry.
Yeah, it's. And you know, look,
Very
bringing up all these
beautiful
other Reddit
story.
stories we always read, we often read about siblings who are not there for each other.
Right.
And that happens a surprising amount.
Yeah.
And these are siblings who
can say
really
from
all
experience.
stuck together, and
Yeah.
it's so
Yeah,
cool.
so sweet.
I have one younger, and then I have two siblings older. The oldest one is 10 years older than me, 8 years. And I feel like our parents are always very stressing. Is like, hey, we're not going to be around forever. And at that point, all you guys are going to have is each other.
Yeah.
So like we really stress for that relationship to be founded. So,
All right, here we go.
Okay,
This comes from relationship advice.
giddy up.
oh, I'll see what I can do.
Yeah. I'll try to help you. So, my girlfriend, a 24-year-old woman, just confessed to me, a 26-year-old man, that she's always faked orgasms. How can I support her better? How can I help her through this trying time?
Is that the whole question?
Yeah, no, let's see.
Oh, okay.
Now there's
I was
a whole
like
story.
wholesome.
Great. All right. Today, my girlfriend of 6 years came up to me and politely confessed something that shook me up quite a bit.
Whew.
She mentioned that she's never experienced an orgasm during penetrative sex, although clitoral stimulation does the trick for her. We've lived together for the entirety of our relationship and had a pretty active and open sex life. Experimented and tried new things every now and then, and I believed that we've always been open and honest with communication in bed. She would always mention that she's close to orgasm during penetrative sex and finish with an appearance of satisfaction/relief. I think it hurt quite a bit when I found out that she had been lying about it and never quite felt comfortable sharing this with me, because frankly, the fact that she can't have orgasms during penetration is not even close to a deal breaker for me. I know that a lot of women experience clitoral orgasms more commonly than penetrative ones, and in hindsight, I would have been more attentive to what she enjoys and focused on that instead of what can't happen. What bothers me is that it took 6 years to talk to me about this. I know that she's had a rough history with abusive relationships in the past and probably felt a lot of shame that prevented her from talking about it, but I feel like my trust in her has been affected quite a bit. We've also spoken about both of us getting individual therapy to work through some of our respective past experiences, but neither of us have ever taken the first step to actually getting help. I guess what I'm really looking for is advice on how to better support her and myself to process all of this, because I don't feel prepared at all at the moment. Wow, that was a lot of words. I've said all those words on this show, but never that much. Really? Yeah. No, we cover these types of stories all the time. It was like, okay, this sentence has clitoral orgasm. The next one has penetrative orgasm.
Yeah.
The next one has clitoral orgasm again. Here we keep going.
Yeah. Woo!
Let's talk about it.
I think, you know what, this actually kind of reminds me of that story from earlier, where it's like, I think a lot of guys' reaction to this would be like, oh shit, she doesn't like me. It's like, no man, she's telling you something so, like, vulnerable.
Yeah.
That she clearly, if she didn't want to be with you, she would never tell you that.
Right.
True.
But, you know, I think it's actually a good thing.
Yeah.
It is a good thing. I personally feel like that's it. I can understand the confusion or the frustration that somebody didn't tell you that for 6 years. Sure, but I do think that it's born less out of the trust that you have in the other person and more out of your own personal insecurity that you are broken in some way.
Yeah.
That you're not able to fulfill that person or that you are going to hurt that person's feelings.
Yeah.
That's why I think this person didn't tell the person who's writing. And I love that they did eventually get around to this communication. And I think the bottom line to this is that no one is broken for not being able to achieve, penetrative sex, orgasm, because like honestly, that's more common than people think.
It is very
like
common,
everyone's built very differently.
Yes.
So like, and it's just about exactly what OP's saying.
Yeah.
How can I make this exactly what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Because I'm sure she'd be surprised. She's far from alone in that situation.
Yes.
Of course.
We just don't talk. Hey, America, we don't talk about it. We don't talk about sex education enough.
We
No,
don't.
especially for the women.
Especially for the women. Yes.
We don't.
Yeah.
It's true.
And then if people really got their, just knew about the different ways and normalized sex in different ways, people would be able to communicate about this so much more. So I'm glad that they are talking about it.
And I think she probably only was quiet about it because she didn't realize she could probably speak about it for a while.
Yeah, that's
Like,
true.
you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I think that's a thing that's being that she's probably coming into on her own. So like I hope we don't know how that conversation went down, but like I imagine that she wasn't hiding it from him because she wanted to hide something from him.
Yeah.
I imagine she was hiding it from him because she didn't know that she could speak up about it because she didn't really feel confident enough to talk about it.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
and also, I forgot about this. She had a history of abusive relationships.
Yeah.
That was said.
Yeah, so that was mentioned. So like,
And the
definitely-
Barbie movie just came out.
Yeah, there definitely might have been that affecting her ability to feel like,
Totally.
I don't want to mess this up. I don't know if I can communicate.
Well, it's also tough when it's any sort of topic that you think is going to hurt your partner.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
There is an update.
Oh.
So let's see here. My partner and I had a long chat. I tried my best to reassure her that she's an absolute soldier for getting through the guilt and opening up, and I tried my best to make sure she felt safe and understood. She spoke to me about how she enjoys sex and gets clitoral orgasms, but a lot of her attention was on making sure she was following templates that she thought was the best for me, just because she felt like it was the best way to keep things working and happy. I clarified why I was hurt and let her know that my intention was always to be more involved, collaborate, and have the most fun we possibly could together. I reassured her that I've always been down for experimenting with toys and sensate foreplay. We were both quite emotional and teary-eyed through the entire chat. I could tell that this lie weighed pretty heavily on her, and I saw a sense of relief in my gal that I haven't for a while. I feel like I owe you guys for all of your support. Some of you even reached out on DMs and helped me understand where she was coming from. I never expected the Reddit community to be this wholesome when I posted, and I want to thank y'all for helping us take one giant leap towards honest and effective communication and a healthy and happy sex life. And then a little heart emoji.
Aww.
Yeah.
Wow.
Once again, man,
Very sweet.
communication.
Communication is so key to
Yeah.
every bit of this. And good on them. I love
Yeah,
them
good
working
on
out a
them.
system and just talking about it. That's
Right.
all one can do.
And good communication involving good listening.
Yeah.
I really
Goes
think
hand
for
in
anyone
hand.
watching this, like, if you have something that you're holding back of this nature, especially anything, that you're sexually uncomfortable with, I think it is, and you're in a relationship, it's so important to communicate it, honestly. And frankly, if your partner doesn't respond or reciprocate that communication, I'm like, then that's that relationship does not work for you.
Yeah.
Fair.
That person, you deserve better than.
Yeah.
Because
Agree.
most of the
Big
time with
agree.
these, we're seeing that it always ends in a great way. It will be freeing for you to communicate it almost regardless of your partner's response, because it's the truth. It is
Yeah.
the truth.
Yeah.
You cannot deny it. It's reality. So you might as well acknowledge it.
Yeah.
And
Agreed. If they don't respond to it positively, then you move on to somebody who will take it.
Will.
positively
Yeah.
and-
Yeah.
Exactly.
Agree.
No, totally.
Here's our last story.
one.
Am I the
Okay, I will say, I'm probably gonna wrap up stream after this story. I don't know what we'll do tomorrow. I don't know what I'm in the mood for yet. I guess I'll let y'all know, but I will stream again tomorrow. We're back on the usual schedule. I just needed those couple weeks off. So we'll see if I am feeling finishing Secret of the Mimic, like watching someone finish Secret of the Mimic tomorrow. But I will probably also, just in case as like a backup, I'll probably go through and add more episodes from Reddit stories because it's my favorite stream to do. I enjoy it. This is a Smosh Reddit stories fan channel now. And that's probably gonna be the main streams we do for a bit while I kind of get back in the groove. But I'll let y'all know when stream starts, or you'll see the thumbnail tomorrow in the title. But yeah, this is gonna be the last story of this stream, and then we will wrap up.
Asshole for using my wife's $400 hair dryer on my nards. Nice. Hell yeah.
Okay.
What's up, Reddit?
First of all,
What's up, gamers?
Out the gate.
first of all, Nards and what's up, Reddit. So I've got a visual.
I think
Yes.
Mr. Beast wrote this. Okay. What's up, Reddit? 35 male here. My wife, a 32-year-old woman, bought herself this awesome hair dryer from Dyson last month.
Dyson, I knew it was a Dyson.
And she paid over $400 for it. This is easily the coolest hair dryer I've ever seen.
This is easily the coolest hair. Sorry.
It's so
This is
YouTuber
the
speak.
pinnacle of a
It's
dude,
silver
bro.
and
Holy
purple and
shit.
has this really cool design. Reminds me of the plasma rifle from Halo. Super quiet as well. You can dry your hair in stealth mode. I was so impressed by this dryer that I asked my wife if I could use it too. She said I could use it whenever I wanted, and it was good that I use it to better get our money's worth. I started using it every morning after my shower to dry my hair instead of just towel and air drying like I used to. I have short hair, so it only took like a minute to dry.
Hi,
Still
welcome
felt like I
in.
wasn't getting much use out of
Thank
it.
you.
So I started experimenting. I tried drying my armpits. Makes applying deodorant much nicer. And I started drying down below. Side note, 100% do recommend. Without going into much detail, it just feels a lot more hygienic throughout the day. This morning, my wife walked into the bathroom after my shower and saw something perhaps she wasn't meant to see. For the record, I did not intend for her to come in, but I didn't have the door locked. I had 1 foot on the floor, 1 foot on the counter, hair dryer in hand, pointed towards Venus and Earth. My wife had a bit of a freak out and was like, "What are you doing?" I stopped and reminded her that she said I could use the dryer whenever I wanted. She countered, she didn't say I could use it that way. So I'm not sure if my wife has a point here. I definitely did not explicitly state how I was going to use the dryer, but there was no conversation of limitations beforehand. Am I the asshole?
I love this so freaking much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
We gotta get this guy on the channel.
I was
Oh
gonna
my
say,
God.
this guy feels like classic sitcom himbo.
Yeah,
Dude.
It
himbo.
felt like
Perfect word
what
for it.
What I saw is, because he said he stopped her, so it felt like he went, wait,
What?
you said.
You said. No, he continues.
Wait,
He continues.
you said.
He's still blow drying. He's like, "You said I could do this."
No, he stopped freeze frame. He turned that off.
Oh.
Like he just got caught. No, this guy, first of all, it's like the truest form of just, he's like a toddler experimenting with a new toy, just like figuring out how it works and like realizing like, oh, like different forms of hygiene that he didn't realize like,
Yeah.
were
He's
done.
learning.
It felt less like he liked to dry these areas off, and more like it was just so cool.
Yeah,
like the way it
was
looked.
so cool, which I love. I was like, that's so pure. That's such a pure thing for somebody to just be into
Yeah.
and just like so about the Halo hairdryer. And I mean, I don't know. He's not applying the hairs. I'm hoping he's still learning, but like I'm hoping he's not putting it on his nards because then you know burn up the babies.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't
Burn
do
up the
that.
babies.
And also hygienic in terms of like her. Like obviously.
You don't want to
that's
cause
the
too
other
much
thing.
global warming on Earth.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So someone said, "Whoa, I'm not the only one." Someone else said, yeah, sorry, you're the asshole. First off, it's your wife's property. She bought it. It's expensive. She has every single right to stipulate how you use it. I mean, I may not want to use something that's been inches away from a butthole/ball sack.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
I would definitely, that was the other point, I would be like, communication. Once
Yes.
again,
Communication.
ask
Learn
for
from these
consent,
others.
You know?
Communication.
Maybe she'd be okay. Or maybe she'd be like, let's get your own Halo hair dryer.
Info. Which hair dryer was it? Is it a normal blowing hair dryer or does it touch your body? I ask because I have a hair dryer brush that actually touches my hair and would not want someone's pubes in it. Someone else said, see, this is my question, but my Dyson Supersonic has attachments. And I would strangle my partner if he was diffusing his balls with my $400 dryer.
Diffusing.
Someone said, diffusing his balls. Not the asshole. As generally reluctant as I am to assign behaviors based on gender, this is a total guy thing. I say that because I found out my husband was doing the same dang thing with my high-end hair dryer. Head, pit, nards. I started to go into orbit over it.
I love that everyone in this post is also using nards, which is such a specific slang term.
Then I realized that when I said, sure, go ahead, he of course assumed that it meant for all kinds of hair.
Oh my God.
And OP, he said the same thing about it feeling more hygienic. And honestly, it's not like using it for body hair contaminates it. So I gave it a try myself. Without going into detail, I'm groomed but not bare. And you know, he was right. It is much nicer. Highly recommend it. You were not the asshole, and I encourage your wife to give it a try as well. Edit. After reading replies to this, it's become clear it's not a total guy thing, and many women besides me do this. Learn something new every day. LOL. Wow.
I've never, like, I said I watched this episode before, and I did, but I've never heard of this being a thing.
Whole community.
Yeah, I mean, well, you have something to say.
You're sitting here like.
I'm just like.
Was something about that?
I just don't understand. I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't understand what is more hygienic about it. Like what? Like.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's just.
I mean, I guess this might be a stretch, but my first thought is like maybe it's because like you know how in public bathrooms they'll have the air dryer, even though I'm pretty sure that they've started like taking those out of public bathrooms because they've realized that it's not actually as hygienic as people thought. But like they have the air dryers in the bathrooms and you're like, oh, this feels more hygienic because I'm not technically touching anything. So I guess that's like the logic there, but I'm just not the kind of person who immediately goes to that place when it comes to certain things.
I imagine it's just nice. It's just probably nice.
No, I understand that maybe it's nice in the way a bidet feels nice.
I think he's saying it feels. It's not. I don't think there's any science.
It's
of it.
less swampy. Down there, you know?
Yeah.
That I get because you're just like cleaning it.
And as an alternative, I might recommend if you can't spend, you know, $3,400 on a hairdryer, baby powder. Baby powder's a good one down there, as
great.
Parker from Spider-Verse said. And yeah, or just like a cheaper hairdryer for yourself.
Or just like a cheaper hairdryer. Yeah, I feel like a cheap hairdryer, maybe not a Dyson.
Might I recommend?
For your balls.
Or hike up to the top of a mountain where a nice mountain breeze is happening and just strip down.
Why do you think the Scots had kilts?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God.
No, but I do. It's so funny. It's just it feels very like. Because I mean, I feel like they don't cover this in home ec, nor do they have home ec in America anymore. How to like properly hygienic taking care of oneself, and a lot of dudes, but probably a lot of women too, just experiment and being like, you know what, this feels better, you know, when I'm on the go,
man.
And you're needing a quick dry, you know, why not?
Man.
But again, communication, use of property. Totally agree. I get that.
Yeah. Agree.
He needs to have the same conversation. I mean, she knows, but I was going to say, it's just, I'm imagining like the same weight as some of these earlier stories, but just like, hey, I have something to talk to you about.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I use a Dyson hairdryer to blow my balls.
In this situation, he was right here and he goes, look, babe, we're communicating.
Come on.
I have 2 questions for you. Number 1, you call me a silly goose. Number 2, can I use your Dyson to dry off my balls?
It's the same guy.
The verdict of that not the asshole.
I mean, it was definitely not the asshole. It was the nards. But
Yeah. He didn't state that he was drying his asshole. But
There you go.
Yeah.
once again, wholesome, because compared to most stories we read, most are like, my boyfriend hasn't cleaned his balls in 5 years. Am I the asshole for asking?
My boyfriend, no, it's more like, my boyfriend hasn't cleaned his balls for 5 years, but he says, I smell like shit.
That actually is one.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
He keeps telling
I
me I
remember
smell like
that
shit,
one.
and he keeps gaslighting me every night before bed.
That's what we're.
Whoa.
That's the typical.
So these
fare.
people who are rating this are like, well, at least he's taking care of himself.
Yeah.
Your property.
No one's gonna really verdict this as the asshole because everyone's like, this guy's great.
No, but it's so
He's
so
so
cute
funny.
how he described it. It's just like it's purple and it's silver and it's like
You could tell any story, but if you start it with "What's up, Reddit," I'm probably gonna say you're awesome.
Hey, what's up, you guys?
I either have a blast hanging out with this guy or I hate this guy. But he's a good time, I guess.
Nards. He's got it's just like that's a very Midwest way to.
I know.
My nerds.
Yeah. This guy's in Ohio.
Yeah.
For
I will
sure,
say, I didn't
yeah.
know what Nards was, and I didn't want to ask.
You've
but
never
I
heard
was
of
like,
their fun
I was like, the
candy.
second they start talking, I'll know.
All right, man. What a ride.
That was great.
How do you feel?
I feel just like humanity is so freaking cool, dude.
Yeah.
Like I mean, obviously I've gotten real good picks of the litter here for these stories. Sure. But how uplifting of just like just love.
I know we did gender, sexuality, balls,
hygiene.
being raised, nature, nurture. We were all over.
And it was just a really cool scope of people in different situations and how they kind of like for most of those situations rose above it.
Yeah.
But it's wow. I came away feeling really good.
Yeah, I feel really great too. It's cool to know that all these beautiful, cool things are happening.
Agreed.
Simultaneously, while other things.
Yes.
Other things.
While other things are also happening on Reddit.
Well, other things.
Well, dude, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna go over here because we're gonna wrap up stream. Like I said a couple minutes ago, I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow just yet. I will see how I'm feeling in the morning. Whenever I post the schedule, whenever I schedule tomorrow's stream, we'll see what it is. But I am still probably gonna add more stories and more episodes to the Smosh Reddit Stories playlist that's always in the description for these streams, just so proper credit is given, and also just makes my life easier because I can just refer people, and then whatever episode we're on is right there. But yeah, so we're gonna stream again tomorrow, 2 p.m. CST, as always. I don't know what we're gonna stream. It will either be more Smosh Reddit Stories or finishing Secret of the Mimic. It will all depend on how I feel tomorrow. But in the meantime, I hope you have enjoyed yourself. It has been a ride of a time. But I will see you tomorrow, whether you are a lurker or a chatter. I appreciate you all the same. Thank you for spending time with me. I will see you tomorrow. Mwah.